Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas NGUDI WALUYO adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas NGUDI WALUYO adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas NGUDI WALUYO adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas NGUDI WALUYO adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas NGUDI WALUYO adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas NGUDI WALUYO adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas NGUDI WALUYO memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas Ngudi Waluyo adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional.
Asa di tanah rantau, dari ufuk timur, sa merajut mimpi untuk masa depan gemilang. Sa aruhi katulistiwa hingga kini berlabuh di tanah yang penuh harapan. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, sa sandarkan cita-cita kembali ke kampung halaman, bersama-sama membangun Indonesia tercinta.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo atau UNW diresmikan pada tanggal 29 Agustus 2016 sebagai penggabungan dari Akademi Keperawatan, Akademi Kebidanan, dan Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Ngudi Waluyo. Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merupakan perguruan tinggi yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo yang berkedudukan di Ungaran.
Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo hadir di tengah-tengah masyarakat dengan mengusung nilai-nilai dasar, yaitu keintegritasan, kevisioneran, kepedulian, dan kebersamaan. Maka segenap sivitas akademika diharapkan mampu menguasai kompetensi-kompetensi perwujudan dari nilai-nilai tersebut.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo berupaya menjawab segala tantangan melalui pelaksanaan program-program akademik yang relevan dengan kebutuhan zaman, perubahan yang bergulir secara dinamis, menuntut UNW untuk senantiasa bertransformasi dari waktu ke waktu.
Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas Ngudi Waluyo adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, kami segenap Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan sepenuh hati, memberikan layanan prima pada seluruh Sivitas Akademika. Pun juga kami bangun manajemen pengelolaan yang handal. Kami bangun jejaring kerjasama dengan berbagai industri dunia usaha, dunia kerja, dan juga stakeholder mitra, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Saat ini, UNW memiliki 3 fakultas dengan 20 program studi sebagai penggabungan dari 3 institusi dan penambahan program studi baru. Tidak hanya program studi yang berorientasi pada bidang-bidang kesehatan, UNW juga mengembangkan program studi non-kesehatan sebagai upaya menjawab kebutuhan peradaban.
Kami menyadari bahwa tantangan zaman di era globalisasi atau disebut juga dengan era 4.0 terus hadir seolah tanpa mengenal waktu. Artinya apa? Satu hari bisa 24 jam, satu minggu juga 7 hari. Maka kami di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merancang kurikulum agar mahasiswa kami di masa depan menjadi agen-agen perubahan yang membawa kebermanfaatan bagi segenap masyarakat. Penyelenggaraan perkuliahan yang didukung oleh perangkat teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk mempermudah sivitas akademika Untas Ngudi Waluyo dalam melaksanakan seluruh kegiatan akademik.
Kami telah berupaya maksimal dalam penyediaan sarana maupun prasarana yang menampung segala kebutuhan penyelenggaraan program di UNB. Pengadaan fasilitas-fasilitas yang representatif menjadi agenda strategis demi mewujudkan layanan prima. Selain itu, kami selalu mendorong sumber daya manusia UNB untuk senantiasa kreatif dan inovatif sebagai wujud dharma bakti di institusi tercinta ini.
Bagi kami, membina generasi muda adalah tugas yang harus diemban dengan sebaik-baiknya. Kami membina generasi muda berprestasi bidang akademik dan juga prestasi non-akademik. Kami juga mendampingi mereka untuk membentuk mahasiswa yang berkarakter, yang berakhlak mulia. Itu adalah misi yang harus kami tunaikan.
Segenap potensi yang terdapat di UNW ditujukan mampu menghadirkan pengalaman akademik yang konstruktif bagi perkembangan minat dan potensi sivitas akademika, khususnya bagi mahasiswa. Putra-putri terbaik dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara siap untuk bertumbuh dan berkembang menuju masa depan bangsa yang lebih cerah.
Selama belajar di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, saya tidak pernah merasa khawatir saat menghadapi kendala atau kesulitan dalam proses akademik. Dosen dan staf Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memberikan pelayanan yang ramah dan responsif. Selain itu, di sini dilengkapi dengan fasilitas-fasilitas yang sangat membantu saya dalam memahami dan mendalami bidang yang saya tekuni.
Kuliah di UNB mengantarkan saya menuju pemahaman terhadap pengetahuan sesuai dengan bidang yang saya tekuni saat ini. Dan saya yakin itu akan sangat bermanfaat untuk menggapai cita-cita saya sebagai akuntan publik terbaik dan profesional.
Menempuh pendidikan tinggi bukan berarti membuat saya tidak produktif dalam hal lain. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo ada program kuliah OK Kerja Yes. Saya sangat terbantu dengan adanya program tersebut. Di satu sisi saya bisa bekerja untuk membiayai kuliah saya, di sisi lain berharap melalui kuliah ini taraf kehidupan saya menjadi lebih baik di masa depan.
Keberadaan UNW dalam kancah pendidikan tinggi di Jawa Tengah dan Indonesia diharapkan mampu memberi manfaat terhadap masyarakat luas. Untuk itu, menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak adalah langkah strategis demi mewujudkan visi dan misi lembaga.
Kuliah sambil kerja, kami mengira akan mengganggu roda kinerja perusahaan. Ternyata ini model terobosan yang saling menguntungkan, baik terhadap perusahaan maupun karyawan kami yang di waktu bersamaan menempuh proses pendidikan tinggi. Kami berharap di masa depan lulusan UNB menjadi penggerak-penggerak sektor ekonomi yang meningkatkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat bangsa Indonesia.
Rumah Sakit Bondo Suwarno mengutamakan kualitas baik fasilitas maupun sumber daya manusia. Lulusan perguruan tinggi di bidang kesehatan selalu menjadi andalan kami dalam menghadirkan layanan kesehatan yang prima. Para alumnus Universitas Ngudi Waluyo menjadi bagian penting di garda depan kami dalam mewujudkan masyarakat yang sehat.
Waktu terus berlalu, tantangan kian bergulir, seolah tak mengenal lelah. Membangun generasi bangsa adalah misi mulia sepanjang masa. bersama Universitas Ngudi Waluyo membangun peradaban unggul yang berbudaya sehat dan bereputasi internasional.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first International Conference on Health 2022. This is the masterpiece of the Faculty of Health Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, an international conference where experts in the field of health are sitting together and discussing the latest issues in their field.
I'm Dewi Rosnita Hardiani and my partner Muhammad Rizky Adi Pratama acting as your master of ceremony today. And this event can also be accessed not only from Zoom meeting media but also from YouTube and UNW TV channel. Before we start with the opening ceremony, I would like to greet our VIPs and participants today. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, Profesor Dr. Subiantoro M. Hum. The Honorable Vice Rectors, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Health, the Honorable all top managements, distinguished guests, and all participants.
We also would like to welcome our honorable speakers. The keynote speaker, Mrs. Rosalina SKP MKes, the Vice Rector for General Administration and Finance, Universitas Ngudi Waluyo. The invited speakers, Mr. Rudolf Chimor Kirby P. Martinez, PhD, from San Beda University, Philippines. Assistant Professor Dr. Sukana Dit Adisai from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand.
Assistant Professor Dr. Tuyen Van Duong, PhD, from Taipei Medical University. Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo, MSc, the representative of National Agency for Disaster Countermeasure. And Associate Professor PS Dr. Nurul Huda from University Malaysia, Sabah.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the main agenda, let me read the House of Rules of today's online conference. Firstly, please rename your Zoom account. For presenter, should begin with the room underscores presenter underscores name and underscores. For example, 1 underscores presenter underscore Doni Notriawan underscores UNW. For participant, you should begin with the word participant underscores your name and underscores your institution. For example, participant underscores Deni Agus underscores UNW. If you lost connection, when you re-enter the Zoom, please rename the Zoom account again. All participants should turn off the microphone during the opening and the webinar. During the plenary session, the participants can submit questions at the end of each session using the raise hand feature or write down the questions in the chat box. The panel session will take place in Zoom breakout rooms. The committee will enter the presenters and participants in the breakout room. Presenters and participants can enter the room by clicking Join Breakout Room. The attendance link will be shared prior to the end of this conference. Make sure you have filled the attendance to get the certificates. And certificates will be obtained by the participants via email directly after filling in the attendance form.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us all listen to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat.
To perpetuate our memorable virtual meetings today, let's have photo sessions. I'd like you to keep turning on the camera first. And let's begin from the first side. Let me count. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, coming to the next slide. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Right? And the next slide. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
All distinguished participants, the next agenda we have is the opening speech by the Rector of Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, Profesor Dr. Subiantoro M. Hum. To Profesor Dr. Subiantoro M. Hum, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam unggul, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Speaker, Mr. Rudolf Kaimor Kirby P. Martinez, PhD, from San Beda University. Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya D. Adiasi, from Press of Songlah University, Thailand. Dr. Tuyen Van Dauk, PhD, from Taipei Medical University. Mayor Jenderal Suharyanto, Kepala Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana. Yang saya hormati Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Huda from University Sabah, Malaysia. Ibu Rosalina SKP MKes, Wakil Rektor Bidang Administrasi Umum dan Keuangan Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, serta Bapak Ibu peserta seminar internasional yang kami banggakan. First of all, on behalf of Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, I would like to welcome on you this event. We would like to thank all the speakers who have accepted your invitation to contribute to first international conference of health faculty with the theme Strategy for Optimizing Communication Well-being During the COVID-19 Pandemic. This activity has an important role in the development of science. The theme is an interesting topic of discussion because the pandemic is not over yet. It has been almost 2 years that the pandemic has hit the world. Many sectors have been affected, but there is a lesson behind this pandemic. For example, the preparing human resources, infrastructure, as well as simplifying regulation and reforming bureaucracy, as well as improving human resources development. It should be noted, in a pandemic, there is an important moment, namely to build independency. We are starting to build domestic product. This advantage of digitalization in the economic, education, and even innovation regarding the medical devices needed during the pandemic. Innovation is also growing to other sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is believed that the COVID-19 pandemic will not end in the year now. For the people on the world who are affected by pandemic, it can have a bad impact. In addition to health, economic, social and cultural aspects are also very impactful. The implementation of new habits includes wearing a nose and mouth protective mask, maintaining a 1 to 2 meter interaction distancing, washing hands frequently with soap and running water, and avoiding crowds. The adaptation needed does mean avoided the place to resident to move to a new place. This is free of COVID-19. In even thought, the life in the main of the COVID-19 pandemic, people can still live to activities, earn a living, fresh, worship, and learn by implementing new habits. Thought call for people activities with title, Optimizing Human Environment During the Pandemic. It is hoped that various solutions can be produced through research result, community service, and literature review carried out during this pandemic. The result of research, community service, and literature result that will be presented are a way out those as who are in a state of adapting to new habits of improving existing resources. Various research results, community services, and literature review are also very much needed to optimize ourselves in order to be more productive in carrying out a new life normally. Based on all the explanation that we have made earlier, we already hope that this first international conference we will able to produce some positive recommendation to support the creation of a strategy for community empowerment in the health sector currently affected by the pandemic in Indonesia, especially through a more comprehensive management system, effective and efficient. And once again, we hope to that the speaker for their willingness attend to share this knowledge at this conference. For the community, thank you very much for the effort and arrange this event. I wish participation get good experience and new knowledge. Please enjoy conference. Last but not least, be saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially declare the opening of the first international conference of the Faculty of Health with the theme Strategy for Optimizing Community Well-being During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Besides cortisol, HCTH is also thought to have a role in dealing with stress. ACTH helps the body to be better prepared for the future stress. Number 3, norepinephrine. Norepinephrine is mainly produced by sympathetic postganglionic fiber. Norepinephrine has nearly the same effect as epinephrine in many tissues. Epinephrine as norepinephrine, namely catecholamine, is produced in medulla adrenals. Under normal conditions, these hormones are needed to provide an adaptive response to stress. To adapt it of the stress with the fight and flight response. But chronic anxiety will have a negative effect on organ function. Epinephrine, cortisol, mobilize carbohydrate and fat store, increase blood glucose and fatty acid level. This condition can cause atherosclerosis in the artery, and it can inhibit circulation in the periphery, and it causes hypertension and cardiovascular function can destroy. Next. Now we talk about happiness. The concept of happiness needs rigorous definition prior to embarking on this evolution, physiology, and interaction the immune system. The Webster definition of happiness is as follows, characterized by a good luck, fortunate, enjoying, showing, and marked by pleasure, satisfaction, or joy. Next. How physiology of happiness. Emotional responses are components of complex physiology interaction that affect of the body's ability to remain or become healthy, to resist or overcome disease. Health enhancing and health impairing behavior included diet, exercise, smoking, and protection from exposure to harmful environmental factors can compromise or benefit health. In general, physiological and behavioral factors have their influence of health or illness in three basic ways. The first way is of relevance to the present review of is described the pattern of these influences involving direct biological changes that parallel, precede, are induced by or occur as part of an emotional reaction. It has been shown that stress-involved increase in blood pressure, heart rate, sympathetic arousal, and is associated with hematological changes that can contribute directly to heart disease, hypertension, and cardiac events. Whether these immune system changes are strong or prolonged enough to enhance vulnerability to infection or illness is not clear, but they have been implicated in the etiology and progression of viral infection, wound healing, cancer, and HIV disease. But can we infer that positive emotional stimuli and change will beneficially affect our organism? Research by Watanuki and Kim have recently focused in elegance design study on the physiological response induced by pleasant stimuli. They study various physiological response of central nervous system, autonomic nervous system, immune system, and endocrine system when pleasant stimuli such as odors, emotional feature, and typical Japanese semitic storytelling were present to the subject. Next slide. Evidence that biobehavioral factors are linked to health in integrated, complex way continues to mount, and knowledge of these influences has implications for medical outcomes and healthcare practice. Study on health and behavior suggests that emotional state influence that etiology and progression of disease and contributes to overall health resistance or vulnerability to illness. Next. Keeping positive thought by staying happy and optimistic is one of the keys in facing difficult times during the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 handling task force advises people to avoid stress to maintain their immune system. Keeping positive thought is an important step to prevent the transmission of coronavirus, while still adhering to health protocols. Positive effect on health can appear if hormones that trigger feeling of happiness are activated more often. Next. There is first happiness hormone or happy hormone in the body. Dopamine, endorphin, serotonin, oxytocin. Dopamine, also known as the feel-good hormone. Dopamine is a hormone and neurotransmitter that is an important part of the brain's reward system. Dopamine is associated with pleasurable sensation along with learning, memory, motor system function, and more. Serotonin is a hormone and neurotransmitter have regulated mood as well as sleep, appetite, education, learning ability, and memory. Endorphins are the body natural pain relievers, which the body produces in responses to stress or discomfort. Endorphin level also tend to increase when you do activities that make you feel satisfying, such as eating delicious food, exercising, and having sex. The last hormone is oxytocin. Oxytocin, often called the love hormone. Oxytocin is essential for childbirth, breastfeeding, and strong parent-child bonds. This hormone can also help increase trust, empathy, and bonding in relationships. And oxytocin levels generally increase with physical affection, such as kisses, hugs, and intimate relationships. Next. Tips for increasing happiness by Byron J. Newman. Number 1, think of solution, not the problem. Listen to music, watch comedies that make you laugh. Take time to read a few pages of something inspiring. Let thoughts to pleasant things. Look at the accomplishment. Do something good for yourself as each day. Help make others happy. Associate with happy people and smile more often. Next. The pandemic is over yet. The Omicron threat is in sight. Let's follow the health protocol to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Keep healthy and don't forget to be happy. Next. The last, thank you for your attention and apologize is many mistake. I close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bu Rosalina as the keynote speaker. And now, Faculty of Health, Universitas Ngudi Waluyo presents you with a token of appreciation in a form of certificate.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very moment that we have been waiting for, the plenary session. The first plenary session will be from the honorable invited speakers, Mr. Rudolf Timur Kirby Martinez, PhD, from San Beda University, Philippines. Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Dej Adisai from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. And the last, Assistant Professor Dr. Tuyen Fontuong, PhD, from Taipei Medical University. To lead the discussion, we'll have Nurse Swanti MNS. Mrs. Swanti is a lecturer of the Nursing Study Program, Faculty of Health, Universitas Ngudi Waluyo. For moderator, the time is all yours.
Thank you to Mr. Rizky and Mrs. Dewi.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Suwanti, acting as moderator in the first discussion of this conference. Secondly, welcome to all speakers. In the first session, we have two speakers. First, Mr. Rudolf Simor Kiripi P. Martinez, PhD. Second, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Det Adise. Let me invite the first speaker. The first speaker is Rudolf Simor Kiripi P. Martinez, PhD. Welcome to Mr. Rudolf. Mr. Rudolf comes from San Beda University, Philippines. Prior his presentation, let me read the summary from 22 pages of his CV. His current position as consultant nursologist in Philippine Children Medical Center, fellow in Royal Institute of Nurses, both of director in the International Association of Human Caring, as chairperson in Philippine Nursing Association, as director for research in Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society, as associate member in Department of Science and Technology, as member in Honor Society of Nursing Sigma Theta Tau International, as member in Society of Rogerian Scholar, as member in International Consortium of Par Scholar, as professorial lecturer in Arellano Graduate School of Nursing, as chairperson in San Beda University in Research Ethics, and then also in Research and Linkage Coordinator in San Beda University, as Editor-in-Chief in Journal of Health and Caring Science, as editor in the Qualitative Report Journal. And his educational background, he has been studying in the other major field, in Doctor of Philosophy and Nursing Science in St. Paul University of Philippines, and he has 5 licensure in Nurse Licensure Exam Rating, in Renal Nursing, in Acupuncture, in Exam for Massage Therapist, in Somatic Therapy Practitioner course. And about his achievement. First, as volunteer nurse in various missions. Second, in graduate school, he has the highest distinction in PhD, and then best thesis writer, and then cum laude in college, and first placer in science and math competition. How about his work experience? In 11 places, which is in 5 of them still active until now. How about in research published? Since 2013 until 2021, he has total 39 articles. And how about the publishing experience? He involved in 7 journal board until now. And about his research grant, since 2016 up to 2022, he got 9 research grants, which is 2 of them still ongoing. About the resource speaker, since 2009 up to December 2021, he has 103 as resource speaker. About the research presentation, since 2010 up to September 2021, he has 28 times. And he has experience as chairperson in 15 events, and as committee member in 25 events. And about certification and international or local training, he has 23 events, and seminar and workshop attendee since 2017 up to November 2021. He has 60 events. And now he has a professional organization with active membership involved in 9 nursing organizations, 10 allied health organizations, and 6 non-allied health organizations. Here is what are we waiting for, Mr. Rudolph presentation, and the topic is Shifting Perspective During Pandemic, a Nursologist Reflection of Well-Being and Welcoming. To Mr. Rudolph, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Is my presentation up? Okay. For a while. Okay. Okay. Good morning, salamat pagi, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. So I will be presenting my topic now, which is all about a shifting perspective during pandemic. We'll be talking about a shift from our idea of mental health and focusing on the person's wellness. Okay. So I am, again, personal disclosure, I am currently connected with 3 universities. I am currently the consultant nursologist of the Philippine Children's Medical Center and a board of director of the International Association of Human Caring. So I have no conflict of interest at the moment. And do not worry, at the end of my presentation, I will be giving out a QR code. And after you scan the QR code, a copy of this presentation will be given to you. Okay, so no need to copy everything. A copy of this presentation will be given to you after. Having said that, let me first remind the audience of my perspective. I am a nurse and also an anthropologist, and my perspective is that I will be using for this presentation is the perspective of nursology that is grounded on Rogerian science of unitary human being and the theory of nursing as caring. Having said that, my presentation will not focus on presenting the cure for depression or other mental health issues. Rather, what I will be focusing is how we can promote our sense of wellness as it is expressed in our mental well-being. Again, this presentation will not present any cure, rather how we can live with what we are having at the moment. Having said that, we all know that COVID-19 is a global problem, and most likely it will stay beyond 2022. Having said that, it affects everyone, regardless of your age, regardless of who you are, regardless of your socio-cultural or political affiliation. And with that, one thing that we need to be reminded of is that all people will experience a form of loss because of the pandemic. This loss may be actual or imagined, but nevertheless, all people will experience additional stress as a direct or indirect effect of this pandemic. And one of the most vulnerable and at-risk people with this stress are the students of the caring discipline and the practitioners of the caring discipline as well. The caring discipline involves those in the healthcare profession. With that, this is the current view of mental illness when we talk about the current literature. What is currently believed or the current assumption about mental health is that if you are not mentally healthy, you are mentally ill. But then again, according to KS in 2020, this should not be the case now. Because in reality, what we have is this 4. We have your struggling, flourishing, floundering, and languishing. Meaning to say, you can have high mental health and also low mental illness So if you have high mental health and low mental illness, you are flourishing. You have complete mental health. If you have high mental health and high mental illness, then you are struggling. You have incomplete mental illness. If you have high mental illness and low mental health, you are floundering. You have complete mental illness. And if you have low mental illness and low mental health, you are languishing. You have incomplete mental illness, mental health. Having said that, it is not because of our shift in our perspective, we do not only see mental illness as the absence of mental health. It is within these four. So there need to be a shift. When we talk about, simply put, people that is flourishing are mentally healthy. People that are struggling are symptomatic, but they are contented. They do not feel like they have a disease. People with low mental illness and low mental health that are languishing are the vulnerable people. And those who have high mental health and high mental illness and low mental health, they are floundering or they are not healthy at the moment. Having said that, what we need to understand is that the person can have mental health but also be unwell. There are people who are mentally healthy but they do not feel well. And that mental health is not the opposite of mental illness. Meaning to say, not because you do not have mental health, you are mentally ill. Most students and most people within the pandemic are either struggling or they are languishing because of the pandemic. Person with mental health or person with mental illness can still function and contribute to the society. Not because you are feeling down, you will not contribute to the society or to the betterment of other person. That is one thing that we need to be reminded of. And that we can fully identify persons with issue at just face value. Meaning to say, because of the pandemic, some people can actually not look that they have a disease. They may look okay, but at the end of the day, they are not okay. And we cannot say with definity that this person is mentally not well just by looking at that person. It cannot be done. So having said that, what is the current perspective when we talk about the mental health? Now I am shifting my perspective from the mental health to the nursing perspective. And in the nursing perspective, in the current perspective that we have is that the patient is someone with mental illness. What we do is we give them medication and therapy, we diagnose, and we see mental health as distinct. But then again, when we shift our perspective from mental health to the 4 panels, now to the nursing perspective, we are given the reality that most often than not, people with mental health issues needs to be seen as persons, not as patients. They need to be seen as persons that are struggling, that have concern, rather than they be seen as patient that needs to be fixed. Having said that, mental health is an expression of one of the person's wellness. The focus of wellness is the now. The now, how we see the person, how we meet the person, the now. The main emphasis of the nursing perspective on mental health is twofold. That is to understand the person and empower the person. We do not focus merely on medication, but also we focus on trying to understand the person and their concern, as well as empower them in the process. Why? Because we need to understand that persons are unpredictable. There are a lot of things that might work for you but will not work for the other person. If the other person has concern, one of the things that we need to understand is that that person's concern is unique. It is different from what we have previously experienced. Meaning to say, we cannot compare what we did before with what the person can do, because that person is unique. The person's concern is unique. and that person is unpredictable. And you do not need actually a diagnosis for you to care to other person. Meaning to say, even without the medical diagnosis, you can care for other person. That is what nursing is all about. Although the diagnosis will help, the diagnosis is not essential for caring. Having said that, because of the unique individual pattern, we need to understand that coping is highly personalized. What do we mean by coping is highly personalized? It means that each and every person will cope differently. If one person cope by listening to music, other person might cope by going around the different places, or others might use their pets or use their plant to distress. No two people are alike. And having said that, given the same situation, each person will give a different meaning to that same experience. Why? Because it is the person who will define their wellness, who will define their well-being and well-becoming. What do we mean by that? What is the emphasis of that thing? The emphasis now is that through the perspective of nursing, we need to understand that in order for people to make sense of what they are, what is happening around them, we need to provide them with one thing, and that is to provide them with a sacred space, wherein the patterns, a sense of unity and peace will be developed in the process. Why? Again, because people are always in transition and they cope differently. Having said that, when we talk about creating safe space, this is, although it is nursing knowledge, it can be shared and done by different disciplines. And it can also be done by those that are not educated in any degree in college. Why? Because this is just simple. When we talk about creating sacred space for that person, so that the person will have meaning in their experience, you need to do basically two things. Number one, you need to do self-care. You need to care for yourself first before you care for other people. Why? Because you cannot do something that you do not have. You cannot give and we cannot express those things that we have not fully developed. So essential to caring for other person in this pandemic, to caring for people who are in crisis, who have concern, who might have mental concern, is first to do self-care. Having said that, how do we do self-care? Now, there are a lot of literatures on how to do self-care, but two things that we need to understand is that we need to have a philosophy of resilience and contentment. We need to be resilient, meaning to say, we need to understand that we need to be moving beyond what has happened. And contentment means that being at peace with what we have now. Why? If we try to compare what we have or what we are experiencing with the other people, we will always feel sad. We will always feel down. Why? Because no two persons are alike. There will always be someone who will be higher or lower than you. So it is not wise to actually compare what is happening to you with what is happening to the others. And resilience means that moving forward and being contented with what you have. When a person is resilient, that person does not only move forward, but that person tries to integrate everything, every experience that they have into their new self. Meaning to say, if an experience will have meaning, that person will change to be a better version of himself. And how do we do that? We do that through a variety of things. For example, one thing that we can use is diversion, acceptance, or mindfulness. Let's focus on these things. How do we do self-care using either diversion, acceptance, and mindfulness? For example, if we will do self-care using mindfulness, what we need to remember is that the thing that you can only control is yourself. You cannot control what is currently happening in the pandemic, but you can control how you will react to that pandemic. Because again, you cannot control the pandemic. And then it is normal to feel sad. It is normal to feel down. What we need to understand is that we are not our emotion. Our emotion is transitory. Our emotion is our reaction to what is happening. It does not define who you are. And with that, we need to understand that we need to be at peace within our own limitation. If there are things that we cannot do, accept it. If there are things that we can change, change it. If you cannot change it, you need to accept it. Having said that, another example of caring for yourself in order for us to care for other people is using diversion. Why? Because most of the time, we are too focused on a single thing that we lose focus on a greater perspective of things. And having said that, if you are to do diversion, you avoid toxic space. For example, if you feel more sad if you look at on IG or Twitter, do not go to IG or Twitter. If you feel happy if you go on Facebook and TikTok, then go to Facebook and TikTok. Try to find your meaningful activities. Again, not everyone is the same. If one person feels happy when they are in Twitter, then let them be. If another person is happy doing TikTok, let them be. Again, do not compare because no two persons are alike. And lastly, there need to be a level of acceptance to what is happening now. Although transitioning is never easy, we are all in transit. Everything will come to pass. Everything is not permanent. Okay? Everything is transitory and impermanent. And having said that, another thing that we might want to visit in trying to develop our sacred space for ourselves is trying to repattern ourselves and appreciate our new patterns. Having said that, people are creatures of habit. Most often than not, we do things based on our habit. We do things repeatedly. And why do we do this? Because doing things repeatedly makes it predictable. And because it is predictable, we feel that we are in control. That is one idea that we have, is that when you keep on doing something out of habit, you feel that you are in control. And in the pandemic, we feel a lot of times that we are not in control. So that when we do things repeatedly, the sense of control is given to you. And having said that, persons needs to understand, we need to understand that it is us who needs to adjust and not the things around us. For example, if you are having difficulty in trying to focus on your task because of what is happening during the pandemic, because there are too much stress going around, you have too many tasks to do, you focus and try to make the larger goal into smaller tasks. You break it down and then you do it little by little. Why? Because we tend to focus more on little tasks rather than big goal. And if we do that small task, we will have a sense of accomplishment. And we will have many sense of accomplishment if we will again fragment that larger goal into smaller tasks rather than do the larger goal, which is more difficult. Okay, so we need also to celebrate small victories, meaning to say, if you finish something, be happy, you celebrate. So now that we have already established the fact that we need first to take care of ourselves before we take care of other people, what now we need to do is to focus on another thing, and that is how can we help other people beside ourselves. And again, we will be using the idea of nursing, and that is the creation of safe space. This is uniquely nursing, but it is not unique to nursing, meaning to say other people can do it. If nurses can do it, other people can do it as well. And how do we create a sacred space for other people beside ourselves? We do it using just three concepts, and that is, again, we use acceptance, availability, and connection. When you talk about the caring during the pandemic, the most appropriate form of caring is compassion. Having said that, we first talk about acceptance. So what do we mean by when we say acceptance? It means to say when another person approaches you, for example, asking for your help, that person has concern, you need to ask yourself, are you ready? Can you answer for that concern? Because if you cannot do it at that point in time, you need to refer that person. We need to understand that even though we are trained healthcare professionals, we are trained nurses, we are trained doctors, we are trained pharmacists, we are trained physical therapists, we cannot answer for everything. If you feel that you cannot be helpful to the person coming to you for help, then you need to refer. Okay? Another thing that we need to understand is that we need to be ready in case the other person or another person would approach us for help. We need to understand that the person will come if they want to come. Meaning to say, you cannot force another person to open up to you. You let that person come to you to ask for help. So, it is never good to assume things. Do not say things like, I think I know what it is all about, because you do not know anything about that person. Or say that you just lack faith, pray some more, because this might not sound realistic to other people. You avoid these things. The things with the X, you avoid saying to a person with concern. Now, one limitation of this talk is that I am not fluent in Bahasa, Indonesia, so I cannot translate this one into Indonesian language. Another thing is that we avoid telling the other people that it is all in their head and try to see a good thing out of it, because most often than not, they will not see good thing out of it. And that we need to provide the space for the connection. So if another person approach you, you need to ask yourself, can I give my time now? Can I answer for the concern? Because if I cannot, I need to refer this person. Do not tell the other person, okay, just come back tomorrow, because most often than not, they will never return. Another concept that we need to understand is the idea of connection. So, in the idea of connection, what we need to understand is that during transitioning, during crisis moment, that person is a unique person. And there are 3 ways by which we forge connection. That is through sympathy, through immediacy, and through authentic presence. Having said that, so these are the 3 different levels of connection, 3 different ways of connecting to the other person. Again, your sympathy, immediacy, and authentic presence. Let's first discuss the idea of sympathy. When we talk about sympathy, sympathy is not about a walk in the shoe. Okay? What we need to understand in sympathy is that we need to feel and try to feel what the other person is feeling. We need to meet the person as if that is a person and not just a patient we are trying to fix. We need to understand that people will see if you are authentic or not. Sympathy is different from empathy. Okay? In nursing, they are different. They are not the same. We need to have empathy, but we also need to provide for sympathy. Why? Because in nursing, the perspective in nursing is that sympathy is higher than empathy. We need to see the person as the person, and you can only do that if you are sympathetic. Another thing that we need to understand is that in sympathy, we try to listen to the concern of the person to understand, not really to respond. Meaning to say, if you are listening to the stories of that other person, you listen intently because what you are trying to do is understand the person, not really listening to respond to that person. Sympathy also involves being direct and honest. It is okay to say that you do not know what is happening. Okay? It is okay to say that I do not know what is happening. I do not know what you've been through. It's okay. Do not pretend to know everything. So it is not not okay to say that I know what you are feeling, because you do not. Okay? Never compare your experiences with the other person. Meaning to say, do not compare just because you have done it, the other person will do it. It does not follow. Do not compare your experience with the other person's experience. For example, do not say that, oh, I experienced worse than you, therefore you will be okay. That is not therapeutic, nor it is caring. It is something else. I mean, what we can say is that I may not fully understand what you're going through, but I am willing to listen. That is being honest. That is being direct. Another thing that we need to understand is the idea of authentic presence. Authentic presence means that we are there when the person needs us the most. We focus on the current concern. You do not divert the topic. For example, if another person comes to you telling you that I am sad because I failed in the exam, you focus on that concern. You ask the person, what is now your plan? It's okay to feel sad because of what happened. That's okay. What you're feeling is perfectly normal. Okay? Do not do things like, oh, let's do not talk about that one. Let's talk about other things. Why? Because you are not being authentically present. You need to understand that most of the time, people will approach us, specifically because we are healthcare provider. They will approach us not because they want solutions, but they just want to be heard. They want to be listened to. They want another person to journey with them. And that is one thing that we need to be reminded of, especially during this pandemic. We avoid fixing the person. We do not fix anything. We try to hear their concern and understand where they are coming. And then if the other person, if the patient wants your version of the solution, then you may say it. But they do not approach you all the time for them to be fixed. Most often than not, we assume the role of the companion here, not the role of the physician or the doctor. Another way of trying to connect with the other person is the idea of immediacy. Now, immediacy is you being there when the person needs you the most. And because it is pandemic, what we need to understand that immediacy now is also digital. Digital. What do you mean digital, sir? What I mean is you need not go and be physically present with the other person so that the other person will feel safe, so that the other person will feel being cared for. You may do it through your social media. You may do it through your chat. You may do it through your video call. It needs not be physically present. And most of the research have shown that compared to no presence at all, people would tend to prefer having a digital presence. Okay? Again, we wait for the person to approach us and then we become present. And most often than not, what we need to understand is that one of the fear of the person in transition, one of the fear of persons in crisis is to experience the crisis alone. So we don't let that happen to our fellow human being. Having said that, the last one is the sense of availability. What do we mean by availability? It means that not because the person approached you and then your talk just ended, it ends. No, we need to follow it up. Okay, we need to revisit them. We need to ask how they are coping up. So it does not end with short encounter. You need to do follow up. And if you feel that that person is not coping and you feel that you cannot handle it anymore, you need to refer them. Again, why? Because we cannot answer for everything. So you avoid making unachievable promises. Do not say, I will fix this. Do not say, we will do everything to fix this. Why? Because most of the time, there are things that you cannot fix. It will only erode the trust of your patient, of the other person to you. What we need to understand is we need to mean what we say and say what you mean. So instead of saying, I am always here for you, do not say that, because the person will be expecting you to be there anytime and you cannot do it. So what you can say is that if you need help, I am in my office during this day, during this hour. You may contact me at this number, but beyond 4 p.m., I might not be able to respond to you. So that the person will know, so that they are oriented to when you can become available. And what we need, again, to remember is, although we are the healthcare professionals, we are trained, we are educated, we also have to need a body. We are not immune to stress and crisis as well. Everyone is affected because of the pandemic. Everyone is stressed. Everyone is in crisis. Everyone is transitioning. So even if you feel that you are strong, make sure that you always have a body with you. You need a friend. Everyone needs a friend. They can count on. And having said that, this is the thing that we need to be reminded of, is that the process of knowing the other person is always an imperfect, incomplete, and impermanent process. Meaning to say, it goes on and on. It will not end because it keeps on repeating itself. And by nature, all of the persons are caring. We can care for ourselves and we can care for other people. We just need to be reminded that we are caring persons. So as a closing message, what we need to be reminded of is that every plant has their own requirements in order to grow, and so do people. And that because nurses have a unique knowledge that gives them a distinct perspective, what we need to understand is that people move on with grief, not away from it. And as a closing statement, what we need to be reminded of is that we have no choice but to move forward. When and how is up to the person. We need to let go of the past. We need to embrace the present and be hopeful of the future. This is all that we can do, because again, we cannot control what is happening in the pandemic. What we can control of is ourselves. How we react to what is happening around us, that is on us. What is happening around us, sometimes we do not control. So we can only control ourselves. And with that, thank you for your attention. And this is my contact in case you want to connect with me. And as I promised, this is the QR code. In a while. Okay. That is the QR code. And for the QR code, just copy it, then scan it with QR scanner, and then you will be able to download the PowerPoint presentation. And with that, I end my presentation. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rudolph, for his great and good presentation. May I say in Tagalog, Sobramaganda, for his presentation today. Okay. For the next agenda is presentation from the second speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Dets Adise. She comes from Songkhla University of Thailand. Welcome, Dr. Sukanya. Prior her presentation, let me read her CV. Currently, she works in the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science, Prince of Songkhla University. And about her education, PhD program, she graduated from Ruprecht Karl, Germany. And current position as a lecturer since 1996 up to present, and head of Department of Pharmacognosy and Pharmaceutical Botany 2007 up to present. And about her publication, since 1997 up to 2022, she has 26 publications and posters since 2004 up to 2020, she has 13 posters. And about the oral presentation, she since 2013 up to 2021, she has 8 oral presentation. And what makes me amazing is about her scholarship. She got 3 scholarships from the Germany, 1 from the Austria, and 1 from Erasmus International Programs. And about the topic presentation is herbal medicine and natural product for immunity during pandemic. To Dr. Sukanya, time is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. Can I share slide? Can you see my slide?
Yes, doctor, we can see your slide.
Okay, thank you. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
สวัสดี in Thailand. I think now. Okay. Okay, selamat pagi again, and สวัสดี in Thailand. So I don't know that why my camera is turned off. Okay, you can see a little bit and they turn off often. Okay, however, Ronnie asking me for 30 minutes, so maybe I have to jump from some slide. First of all, I have to say that what do you mean? Okay, so first of all, I have to say thank you for the organizer to invite me to be the speaker today. So as you see that my office is from Department of Pharmacology and Pharmaceutical Botany. So most of my work is concerned about natural products. So this speech today is will concern also herbal medicine and natural products for immunity during a pandemic. And so, okay, I'm sorry that some slide I have to jump in or speak faster. So first of all, I would say about the Thai FDA. That is classify herbal medicine product in 4 categories. The first one is traditional drugs. What does it mean? This means is the traditional medicine that is come from generation to the next generation. So this is mean that we use it the same dosage form from the history, from the grandparents or for something like that. We don't change anything. So the second group is modified traditional drugs. This is mean that we modify a little bit. So we modify into the modern dosage form. For example, it's capsule or tablets. So this is we also to modify the form for the easy to use. And the third group is modern herbal medicine or phytopharmaceutical. This group is a semi-purified compound, so it means that it's quite modern. Modern medicine, we purify a little bit, so the indication, therapeutic claim, dosage form or something, the other is based on the clinical trial evidence. So the quality of this group is have to control. We have to standardize the herbal medicine and the dosage form. And next is a new drugs. New drugs is mean that it's a complete drug development process. So it's purify, isolate active compound to become the modern medicine seem to be like a Western medicine. So in Thailand, most of the traditional medicine is fall into the first 3 categories. So the new drugs, we don't have it at the moment. This is show the new drugs that we have the report about the Phalanthus This plant is provide vincristine and vinblastine. As we know now, is an anti-cancer. And so in Thailand, normally when you use a herbal medicine, we have also have to make like a quality control. So we also use the standard of raw material by using the guideline. For example, we start with the GAP. GAP is mean the good agricultural practice. This is a standard how to grow the plant. And next one, after you get the raw material, the plant raw material, we have to use a Thai herbal pharmacopoeia like that for the pharmacies know USP or BP, but in Thailand, we have to know the next one is THP. THP is important for to make a quality control of the plant materials. And so we have the guideline that, for example, if you have to use one plant, you have to look how to control the quality of this plant. We can check in this book. And also we have the other book is a monograph of selected Thai material medica. This also have the guideline for the plant also. And the next one for the production standard. We also have a GMP requirement food manufacturing practice. Up to now, I think in ASEAN also in Indonesia, maybe we use we call it ASEAN GMP. So we can use together also. We have the other guideline. And in Thailand, many years ago, in the list of medicine in the government hospital, we don't have herbal medicine. But up to now, in this book that we call National List of Essential Medicine, we are also composed with a list of herbal medicine products also. So this is amazing because up to now, the medical doctor can also order the herbal medicine for the patients. That is really good, because in the history, the medical doctor prefer only the Western medicine. And so now we come to the topic that I have a chance to give a talk today. Is a herbal medicine and natural products for immunity during pandemic. In Thailand, I am focused to in Thailand because we have the many report about Thai herbal medicine for COVID-19. First, that I want to say that we have the big data report in the journal Scientific Report in 2020. They report about the plant that they're screening to be anti-SARS-CoV agent, is mean that anti-COVID-19. This publication, they're screening about 122 of the crude extract and the purified compound that derived from Thai natural products. And so from this research, they give the result that they have the 6 selected candidates for anti-COVID-19. 3 of this is a purified compound. Number 1, number 3, and number 5 is a purified compound. And the other is the crude extract from the plant, number 2, 4, and 6. And you can see that is Endocaphyli. This is purified compound from Endocaphis particulata. And 6 gingerol. This is a purified compound from Insignifibo officinale. And pendulatin A, this is an isolated compound from Bersenbergia rotunda. And most of this is they say like is a candidate for anti-COVID-19. But after they look, they found that from this they have only 4 candidates that is can inhibit SARS-CoV-2 virus is for 99% inhibition, is for the purified compound. The candidate will be Endocaphyli and pendulatin A, but from the crude extract is come from Bersenbergia rotunda and Insignifibo officinale. This is the most active one. And this, after that, they say that this compound had to be further evaluation. So now we come to look about one of the candidate is Androcaphis paniculata. I'm not sure that in Indonesia, maybe you also can use it or you have this plant, but in Thailand, this plant is very, very famous. We call them is a king of bitter. Why we call it a king of bitter? Because the taste is so, is when you chewing this, the leaves is very bitter. So it can be the king of the bitter, or some they call is Indian snake grass. Yeah, for in India, they use for anti-cough or fever and the other indication. And also in Chinese traditional medicine, they also use for cough and fever. So most study of this plant is focused on the benefits of this plant for respiratory and digestive condition disorder. What about this Androcaphis paniculata and COVID-19? We found that Androcaphili is the chemical structure of Androcaphili. This is a lactam diterpenoid. So this is very active for COVID-19. And how to know that? They have the publication and looking about the activity of this plant. They found that they can block the entry of the virus into the cell in the body, and also that they reduce the virus replication into the cell, and also important, they can boost body immune system to fighting with the virus. And they can reduce lung inflammation from viral infection. This is why they're looking for this plant to be the candidate for prevent COVID-19 infections. However, more study and tests are needed. Yeah, because this plant has been shown effective for combating pneumonia virus and also common cold. So this now in Thailand, for this plant, we use two indication. For example, that if in common cold, we use this plant that has at least in the crude extract must have Androcaphili 4% weight by weight. So we use for common cold with 60 to 120 milligram per day divided in 3 times. But if for COVID-19, we use higher dose for Androcaphili 180 milligram per day divided in 3 times. Up to now, for the patient that's have a little bit symptoms after they have infected with COVID-19, they don't need to use favipiravir. They can use also Androcaphili instead of Western medicine. The next candidate is Bersenbergia lotenda. This plant is in Thailand we call it kachai, and also you can see that the common name we call finger root. Normally in Thailand we use for cooking. I think maybe in Indonesia also they be used for cooking. So how about this plant? This plant, they found that they has the active compound is pendulatin A. This charcoal derivative is very active for COVID-19, and now it's really famous in Thailand. They have many doses form. One is in the capsule, the powder in capsule, but the other in the market is for drinking, the tea or the juice or many things. And the third one is Zingiber officinale. It's a ginger, as you know, that is for gastrointestinal tract disease. This is for antiflatulent and nausea for vomiting. This plant had the interesting compound is a 6-gingerol. This is a chemical structure. Normally, this one is activated spike receptor on the tongue. When you eat it, you will feel the spiking. Yeah. So, and the other compound is syngerol. We found for molecular docking that syngerol and 6-gingerol is a competitive interaction with the main protease receptor of SARS-CoV virus that can inhibit the replication of this virus. The next one is curcuma longa. I think you know turmeric. Also in Thailand, we use for cooking, and most now in the hospital, the medical doctor also use these plants instead of omeprazole for peptic ulcer or antifatulant for the patient also. So normally this compound have the active compound is curcuminoid. That is composed with curcumin, dimethoxycurcumin, and bis-dimethoxycurcumin. So this plant, the compound is just only different the structure a little bit. And this is a pharmacological activity from this plant. They have a lot for this plant, the activity. So, but how about the COVID-19? We will do that. This I have to skip because of time limiting. For COVID-19, they found for molecular docking of the isolated compound from the methoxycurcumin that they can protect COVID-19 enter to the lung and inhibit the SARS-CoV replication. So that's why they think that turmeric is one also the candidate. The next one is Phalanthus Ambika. This one we call is emblic or Indian gooseberry. The compound normally in Thailand we use this plant is high of vitamin C, and so we use anti-cough or for anti-sputum, something like that. After that, we found the isolated compound is phylatin embicin B and phylaembinol and phylaembicin G7. After that, they take the compound to use the molecular docking, and after that, they found that phylaembicin G7 is a high binding affinity to the spike protein of COVID-19. That's why it can inhibit the SARS-CoV virus replication and protect the COVID-19 into the lung. That is interesting for further study. Next one is Allium sativum, you know, garlic. This one also in Thailand, we use in Thai primary healthcare to use for the skin disease for the ringworm or tinea. And this plant, they has many compounds. This is, I have to skip. And so the interesting is interesting that we have to use this is quercetin and allicin. This is one from COVID-19 for molecular docking. We found that this compound can be competitive interact with the main protease receptor. So if they can acting like this, they can inhibit the COVID-19 replication also. So this is need further study. The next one is Eupatorium fortunei. This in Thailand we call San Pla Hom. This is also used in traditional Chinese medicine. It is indicate that for the poor appetite, nausea or vomiting during the weather, so we can use this to improve the appetite or anti-nausea or vomiting. We found also the quercetin and solanine, the structure here. These compounds, we found that they can inhibit the virus by inhibit the viral replication in macrophage. This they test in the rat model, and also they can induce pro-inflammatory cytokine, and Thai is interferon. So this is indicate that the immunomodulator of this compound And also for molecular docking, we found that quercetin can be the competitive interact with the main protease receptor, so that's why they can inhibit SARS-CoV replication from the docking. So you can see that most they use a molecular docking at the beginning. So the next one they need more information. The next one is low this is in Thailand we call it สายน้ำผึ้ง or Japanese honeysuckle. This also used in traditional Chinese medicine. This plant is also used for fever and headache, and many information and many indication for sore throat, skin infection, or tumor necrosis. We found that Lonisola japonica, this plant is have the interesting isolated compound is luteolin 7-glucoside. This structure here, you found that it can interact with the main protease receptor. This is can inhibit SARS-CoV-2 replication. And so the next one that I found before the eggplants, the candidate for the to prevent COVID-19, that is they have some report, but however they has the potential food as herbal medicine for prevention on COVID-19. It means that you can take the herbal medicine as the food to eat every day to stimulate your immune. For example, in Thailand we have Hortenia cordata. I don't know that in Indonesia you have or not. This plant like this, but the smell from this plant is like when you touch it, it's like a fish. The smell like you touch a fish. And also mushroom and Terminalia shibula here. Most of these plants can make like immunostimulation for your body. So in this time, maybe this kind of food you can choose it. And the next one, the next one is like how to say, is a food that containing high vitamin C and high antioxidant. So the compound that they have inside normally is phenols or bioflavonoid or anthocyanin. So most of these plants normally, if they have this compound and they have of high vitamin C, the taste might be sour. For example, the embryo here is a little bit sour, and if they have bioflavonoid, normally they have a colorful food, and anthocyanin also, that is a colorful. So now in this time, maybe you take more fruit or vegetables that has a color like this, or has a sour taste. For the last one that I will give a talk about you, that in Thailand now, we have, how to say that we try to produce our vaccine by the Thai research group. We have like, how to call this, a local COVID-19 vaccine from tobacco. This is come from the research group in Thailand that they successful in the trial on mice and monkey. Now they go to the purification process before they have the clinical trial. How they produce the tobacco vaccine? They produce by integrating the virus DNA into the tobacco leaves. And after that, the plants can respond to the DNA and produce the protein about a week later after you inject the virus DNA into the tobacco leaves. And after that, the protein are extracted to make the vaccine. And so this vaccine, we hope that, how to say, that is make with the special tobacco leaves, and the way how to make is easy and cheap way. So we think that if they go to the industrial scale, also it's still cheap. There will be the no patent because they got the money from the government, some part from government, some part from the sponsor. So they try to use in our country. So they try to develop by Thai company, and they take the name of this company is Baya. Baya is a Thai name, is mean tobacco. And so Baya is they take the name for this vaccine is a Baya-Sacovir Vax 1. It means the subunit protein vaccine. And for the in vivo test, now they test in monkey and rat, and they found that in this animal model, the antibody production and immune stimulation. So now they try to come, now they start the clinical trials in the phase 1 in the healthy volunteer. And the announcement that maybe the vaccine production in Thailand from this Baya will be in the middle of this year. And we will see in the future that we will have the Thai vaccine instead of the other. For example, now in Thailand, we have Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Sinovac, Sinopharm, Moderna. I'm not sure that in Indonesia, maybe you have more than us or not. And the last one, I have to say, Terima kasih and ขอบคุณครับ and danke, and thank you for your attention. And sorry that I have to skip some slide. And if you have about 6 minutes, I can give the video presentation. Maybe you can know more for PSU. Is okay or not? So I stop share for this, and now I turn to share the other. It's okay. Sorry that I can't. So I will turn on. Moment. Can you see?
University, the only research university in southern Thailand, and one of 9 research universities in Thailand at present. Such has been the outcome of continuous development throughout the 45 years since its foundation as the first university in southern Thailand, towards the status as one of the top 5 universities of the country. vision in moving towards becoming a fully fledged national research university as one of the world-class universities by the year 2022. With its 5 campuses located across southern Thailand, rich in distinct ecosystems and its social, cultural, economic and local wisdom resources. Prince of Songkla University conducts the teaching and learning and research in harmony with regional context in order to develop the quality of life, society and the environment, both for the people of the South and for Thailand as a country with standards and acceptance at the global level. Prince of Songkla University is determined to search for knowledge to solve the 4 aspects of world crisis, namely global warming crisis, energy and environmental crisis, food crisis, and conflict and violence crisis. Prince of Songkla University has set the strategy of excellence in research work in order to knowledge and biodiesel, Songkla Lake Basin, marine and coastal resources, tourism, logistics, southern border provinces, disaster management, health science, and ASEAN economic community. By supporting the creation of diverse networks of researchers. At present, Prince of Songkla University has supported research groups to set up 7 research institutes, namely the Institute of Research and Development for Health of Southern Thailand, the Health System Management Institute, the Marine and Coastal Resources Institute, the Institute for Peace Studies, the Halal Institute, the PSU Natural Rubber Innovative Research Institute, and the PSU Energy Research Institute. All these are founded on a system and mechanism that support research in every field of study. They are such as research funds, supporting system for the propagation of research works, and inventory system for research works, including the mechanism to support the implementation of research works for common users, to boost innovations, to promote research in the private sector, and to serve as a linkage in bringing knowledge to local communities. The modern PSU Scientific Equipment Centre, the highly efficient IT infrastructure, amid a rich green area, which is not only relaxing, but also convenient, modern and safe. All these favourable factors enable Prince of Songkla University to promote researchers in various disciplines to create prominent works continuously and to win recognition both at national and international levels. Innovations to increase efficiency, promotion of wellness and safety, prevention of solving problems from disasters, and creating new options in energy to bring about happiness, smiles, and good quality of life to the Thai society and the worldwide community, thus becoming the royal instruction of His Royal Highness Prince Mahidol Adulyadet, Prince of Songkla, that let consideration of personal gain take second place to the overall benefit of mankind, which is the soul of all members of the Prince of Songkla University today.
So thank you for your attention and welcome to Thailand. If you have a chance, and also visit to PSU.
Okay, Kapun Kak Ajan for your video
So
and for
I
your
give back to
presentation.
the MC. Or do you have any questions?
Okay, Kapun Kak Ajan. It's very great video that you shared for us. And now we are for the next agenda is a discussion. To all the participants in the YouTube channel or in the Zoom meeting platform, please, if you have any question, kindly you write down in the chat room or you can raise your hand.
If you don't have any question or you have the question later, you can take in the chat box. I will try my best to answer in that. And now I give back to your MC.
Okay, your participant, any question? Please, you can ask in Bahasa Indonesia or in English.
Or in Thai.
Oh, in Thai. Okay. I cannot translate. Just a little bit Thai language that I can say.
Yeah, I'm sorry for my camera. I don't know this auto close. You can see and it's start to close by themselves. I'm sorry for the signal.
Okay. Okay. There is one question from Mrs. Siti Haryani, and the question to Mr. Rudolph. Just wait a minute. Okay, to dear Mr. Rudolph, how to build the mental health for us so we can increase our immune during pandemic.
Okay. Again, good morning. So to answer that question, actually the answer to that question is embedded in the discussion that I have presented just a little while. So, okay. So for us to be able to build our mental health and resilience, we're talking here about yourself. So there are a lot of ways actually. There are a lot of ways depending on which perspective you want to follow. But the perspective of the Gregorian science of unitary human being, which is nursing, it emphasizes things that that focus on you being content and having resilient, and at the same time practicing three things, and that is acceptance, mindfulness, and doing some diversional activity. Meaning to say, when we talk about the idea of mental health, our mental health is just one of the expression of our wellness. And because our mental health at the time of pandemic is directly related to what is happening around us, and what is happening around us, we have no control over. We cannot control the pandemic, but we can control how we react to that stresses and how we react to what is happening around us. So in order for us to have a sense of mental wellness, it is necessary for us to be mindful of ourselves, to accept the things that we can change and we cannot change, and at the same time, we need to practice diversionary activity. Meaning to say, if you feel stressed and you do not have any outlet, you need to find an outlet on how to express those stresses. And finding that outlet is very much a personal journey. Meaning to say, I cannot tell you how you will be able to effectively express your stress. Because for me, what I do is I do gardening and I play some musical instrument, which is at my back. This is my room. And for some people, it's talking to other persons or just going on tour. It depends. It depends actually on the person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. So the important thing is we have to know ourselves first. We are as a unique person. So what our response to the stress or the other stressor is depend on us. So we have to have the positive mechanism of coping to face it, and we have to realize ourselves that we are unique, different with the other. So we have to know ourselves, and that is the question. Answer from the Mr. Rudolph, and I hope that is Mrs. Sister Haryani can accept the explanation from the Mr. Rudolph. And for the next question from the Mrs. Puji Purwaningsih. Okay, the question for Mrs. Rosalina. Can the happiness be known by other people? How can other people feel other happiness? Hello, Mrs. Rosalina, can you hear us? Hello? Hello, Mrs. Rosalina, can you hear?
Yes, Miss Wanti?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Rosalina. There is a question from the Mrs. Sipung or Puji Purwaningsih. She asked about, can the happiness be known by other people? How can other people feel other happiness?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Puji Purwaningsih. I try to answer. Of course, other people know that. Of course, other people can know how the person is happy, because happiness can. Happiness is like infection. It can spread from one to the other people. We can know somebody happiness or not from their expression, from their attitude, from their loves. They can love to other people. Then you can look at from her face or their face, so we can know the people is happy or not. Maybe itu Miss Wanti.
So I will repeat the main explanation from the Mrs. Rosalina. So actually, even though somebody say that I'm so sad, but actually people cannot hiding her happiness, because every people express maybe not express the happiness is not only true by verbally, but we can notice their happiness by non-verbal. Maybe, for example, like from the body language or the other. Like that, Mrs. Rosalina?
Yes. Because happiness is like infection. Yes. Happiness can contagious to other people around us.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Rosalina, for the answer. And now next question from the Mrs. Ita Pucilestari. The question for Dr. Sukanya. If we consume herbal medicine for a long time, can it have a negative impact in the future or our health?
Okay, this question is come to me. Yeah.
And also, Ajahn, sorry, there is a continue.
Yeah, of course. If you consume the herbal medicine for a long time, we don't have the evidence-based, scientific evidence that to support that is safe or not, because we just only warning about the kidney and liver. That is will be toxic or not. Same like when you take a medicine so long time. So in Thailand, up to now, we have many how to say the research group that to look about subchronic or acute toxicity, subchronic toxicity. Most that we focus on the liver function and kidney function. That is, if we take the herbal medicine to treat some disease for a long time, and so it will be effect to this organ or not. For example, in my group, we study about the diabetics. So we try to look also that when you give the herbal extract to the rat or mice so long time, and we look the liver function and kidney function, that is they will affect for this organ or not. As we know that for Western medicine also, when the diabetic patients take the medicine so long time, the problem will come to this organ, most that come to this organ. So I think when we take or consume herbal medicine, not so much, just only like a food, or maybe if you want to use to treat it, you use only short time. But if you want to use like a food, you just eat in normal life. Normally, you don't eat the same food every day, right? Only rice that you eat, you can eat every day. But the other that you cook, you just only change every day to cook this, to cook this, to cook this. Yeah. Also, herbal medicine, if you want to consume them, I think they must have the limitation for the food also. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If the answer or not.
Thank you, Ajahn. How about to Mrs. Ita? Is that clear? Okay. For the next question to Ajahn Sukanya. Yeah, there is a question. One more question to you from Mrs. Risa. The very nice topic, Professor. We know that Allium sativum is very famous natural product. Is quercetin and allicin in Allium sativum have a same mechanism as the immunomodulator? And can we combine the natural product in the same time to increase our immunity?
What do you mean the same time?
I mean for one time. For example, now I'm drinking one non-herbal, and at the same time I use the herbal product. Or we have to, or we
you
have
mean
to,
that they have a herb interaction or not? Right? That because normally when we take everything together, so for example, you take the drugs, medicine together, we have the drug interaction. And sometimes when we take a drug and also herbal medicine together, they also has a problem. You mean like that? I'm not sure the questions. Once more, please.
Okay. For the first question, is it clear, Achan, for about the allium? Sorry, about the
allium sativum.
Okay. Yes.
You mean garlic?
Yeah.
You mean garlic?
Yeah. Okay. For the first question, is quercetin and allicin in allium sativum have a same mechanism as a immune modulator? The first question. And then for the second, can we combine the natural product in the same time to increase our immunity? So, for example, if you want to use the two product, herbal and non-herbal, what we have to consider?
Yeah, so the first question for the allicin and the other compound in allium sativum, you mean? Because allium sativum, or the common name is garlic. Allium sativum is scientific name. Yeah, garlic. You can use that. Allium and allicin and ajoin. They have the other. How to say? They have the other activity. For example, that ajoin also that include in garlic. That is for anti-thrombotic. But allicin in garlic is for immune stimulation. Yeah, and for you say that if you want to use the herbal medicine together to increase the your immune, that is possible. Just only that you have to look also that for your body, you have you also take the other Western medicine or not, because some herbal natural products, they have the, we call is a herb drug interaction. For example, on the patient think that they are safe to use a herbal medicine because it's from natural products, everything is safe. No, I have to say no. You have to look also, if you use warfarin is the most that it will be effect with the herbal medicine. You cannot use garlic together with warfarin or NSAID. NSAID, for example, that diclofenac, celecoxib or something like that. You cannot use together. And also for turmeric, that have a yellow color that you cook. Curcuma longa, yeah, that one. You cannot use together with the medicine for cancer, doxorubicin or something like that, because the curcumin, they have the herb drug interaction, they have the effect to the cytochrome P450. So I think the most important when you want to use together, you have to check that the patient use some medicine or not. Yeah, and it has a possibility that have the herb drug interaction or not. That is the work for pharmacists have to look. I'm not sure that I answered your questions or not.
How about Mrs. Risa? Okay,
I think most important, you have to look the condition from the patient. The health condition, the medication for this patient, yeah, that is important. If you want to use the herbal medicine for immune stimulation, but if you want to use two plants together for immune stimulation, it's possible, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Ajahn.
You don't have to call Ajahn. I'm surprised because that is Thai word.
Yes, because I have experience there in Thailand.
Yeah, yeah. Very nice.
So, it's okay. Okay, Ajahn, for the next question, actually that is from me. If because really, no, I have question to you. Yeah, because everyone who want to increase their immune, right? So, is there a maximum dose of consuming the garlic? So, what is the right dose? And then, is it good to consume it by infused water?
What is the plan?
The question is about the garlic.
Garlic, yeah.
Is there a maximum dose of consuming garlic? And then, what is the right dose?
We don't have the exact the maximum dose exactly because they do not have the report at the moment for the maximum dose of garlic. But I would suggest that for garlic, if you consume too much, you will have I don't know that if we can call it good or bad smell. Because for the Asian people prefer to use garlic. I'm not sure in Indonesia, but in Thailand, on cooking, we use garlic. And after that, when you consume garlic, your smell, your bleed, or your skin also have the smell from the garlic. And when I study in Germany, when I eat garlic, and next day, my German friend asking me that, did you take garlic? I say, why you know that? Because they say that he got smell from me. I say, oh my God. Yeah. So I think not too much. Yeah. Because the smell, maybe, for example, in Thailand, all people have the same smell. So we don't say that, you take garlic or you eat garlic or something like that. But when you stay abroad, you different from the other, your smell, And the garlic is important for the patient that don't eat too much when you take warfarin or aspirin or NSAIDs. It have the herb drug interactions. But I'm sorry, I cannot say to you that the maximum dose for immune stimulation from the garlic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. How about if we want to consume it by infused water, Ajahn?
You mean the
just
garlic
put in
water?
Just put directly in the water like that.
To drink it.
Yes.
To eat it. Water is when you cooking or you just blend it in the water and after drink it.
Only we just what is that, like press a little bit and then we just put directly in the fresh water and then we just drink it. Is it okay?
It's okay, but it's spicy, huh? It's good smell. The taste. How about the taste? I was only wondering for the taste because in Thailand they try to make like a soft gel of garlic oil. They extract the garlic and after that they fill up in the soft capsule. Because the taste and the smell is not good for the consumer, so they try to make the good taste for the customer. But anyway, if you don't want to use like that, you will get allicin, not allicin, because when you place it, the allicin will change to allicin by the enzyme alliinase. So you get allicin that is also bioactive compound.
Okay. 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 For the next, because we have still 5 minutes more, but we have still 3 questions to. Okay. So no, directly to Mrs. Sukanya first. Okay. There is a question. Okay. Sorry. Does body, mind, spirit influence to successfully herbal medicine?
Once more, please.
Does body, mind, spirit influence to successfully of the herbal medicine?
Body, mind, what does it mean?
I mean, if someone consume up the herbal medicine, and then as body, mind, spirit will influence of the successful of the this mechanism of the herbal medicine in our body. For example, someone is stressed.
I will show the example for the Endocarpus paniculata, the king of bitter. This is the herbal medicine that we use in COVID-19 treatment now in Thailand. And so for this one, if the herbal medicine that is really famous and effective, we will have more information to look the mechanism of action and also the pharmacokinetic or everything. But if that plant is just only the traditional medicine, up to now we don't have complete information about the mechanism of action. For Endocarpus paniculata, now they have many research, many studies about this plant, and now we found that the dose of Endocarpus that contained in this plant to treat COVID-19 for the mild symptom, not serious symptom for the patient. And this plant also, we know that if you use more than 1 week, I think for 1 week, you will get like a numbness. You have the weak hand because it's you get a low blood pressure after you use for a long time. So we suggest to the patient, don't use Endocarpus paniculata so long time. Use only when you have a problem. Don't use every day, because the patients say that, oh, we have to use Endocarpus paniculata every day to increase the immune system. I would not suggest like that, because they have the side effect also. So we can say that on the herbal medicine also not safe for all. We need more study. At the moment to look the mechanism and also the safety for the plant for using.
Okay, thank you, Ajahn. Okay, for your explanation. And then now the question to Mr. Rudolph. Hello, Mr. Rudolph. Okay, there is a question from the Mrs. Kali, and the question is nowadays that the prevalence of comorbidities in COVID-19 patients is higher on the cardiovascular and endocrine disease rather than in respiratory disease. Is this condition also related to the patient mental health?
Okay. Now, that is not actually my expertise, that's medical. But then again, I am also not yet familiar with that research. However, what I can comment on is the fact that when we talk about death in COVID-19, there is what we call as the death that is caused by COVID and the death with COVID. Meaning to say, there are people who die because of COVID, and there are people who die not because of COVID, but they die with COVID. Nevertheless, both of them are considered as COVID patients. And having said that, do they have an effect on the mental health illness? Now, in the perspective of nursing, of course they will have. Regardless of what type of comorbidities you will have, it will always have a toll on your mental health. For example, if you are a COVID survivor, or if you know someone with COVID and that person also has comorbidities, it will be an added stress to that person. What we need to understand is that during this pandemic, we are still in the pandemic, it is not needed that you actually have COVID for you to become in crisis or have a mental health concern. It is enough for you to be exposed to stress-inducing situations or circumstances for you to actually have mental health concerns. For example, I do not have COVID. Okay, but for example, one of my family have COVID, so it will be an added burden to me. My mental health will be affected. And for example, another person that is not my family, but I know that person and is very close to that person, also had COVID, and I know that that person also had comorbidities, now I will have more stress for me to think about, because I know that that person will have a higher chance of not really recovering from COVID. So one of the emphasis of my talk is that regardless, even if you have COVID or not, the mere fact that you are living in the time of the pandemic, you are stressed. And you might react to those stress differently from other people. So yes, indirectly, comorbidities will have an effect on your mental health or the mental health of any other persons during this COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. And for the last question, because we have the limit time, the last question to Mrs. Rosalina. Mrs. Rosalina, if we have, if there is someone disobey or do not follow the health protocol, what we have to do? Hello, Mrs. Rosalina.
Thank you, Ms. Swanti. I can try to answer. I think there are people who are irresponsible and care about themselves and others around them, because we know COVID-19 cannot be handled by individuals or the government, but must involve everyone. So it takes the cooperation of all the people to stop the spread of coronavirus. So what we can do to face the people like that? Our duty is, as health workers, is to always remind the importance of health protocols, because the implementing health protocol, we can avoid COVID-19. Especially the current condition now, Omicron has a greater reproductive capacity than the Delta variant. I think this is Ms. Swanti. So what can we do? We can remind them to always implementing health protocol.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rosalina. Now, because the time is over, so in the end of this session, I will read the summary of this discussion. Okay, first, to get resilient and happiness or mental health, no matter condition we are facing, for example, in the pandemic, it is depend on ourselves to have positive coping mechanism to ourselves and to everybody. And for the second, from the Ajahn Sukanya, that actually we have the many sources to increase our immunity to face the pandemic. And the last, from the Mrs. Rosalina, simple word, do not forget to be happy. And the last, I would like to say thank you very much for a great presentation from Mr. Rudolph, and thank you for your joining with us. And for Ajahn Sukanya, thank you Kapun Ka Ajahn for your joining with us today. And also thank you very much to Mrs. Rosalina. Now I would like to return time to Master of Ceremony. And I close. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Swanti as the moderator, and also thank you to all invited speakers for the insightful talk and discussion. Faculty of Health, Universitas Ngudi Waluyo presents you with a token of appreciation in the form of certificate. The first is for Mr. Rudolph Seymour Kirby P. Martinez, PhD, from San Beda University, Philippines. Okay, thank you. And the second is for Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Dej Adesai from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Once again, thank you very much for your contribution to this conference. And thank you, Mrs. Swanti, and for the insightful presentation for all plenary speakers.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the second plenary session that will be moderated by Mrs. Indri Mulyasari, SKZ MGZ, a lecturer of Nutrition Study Program, Faculty of Health, Universitas Ngudi Waluyo. The plenary speakers are Assistant Professor Dr. Thuyen Van Duong, PhD, from Taipei Medical University, and the second speaker, Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo, MSc, the representative of the National Agency for Disaster Countermeasure, and Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Nurul Huda from University Malaysia Sabah. So for moderator, the time is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rizky and Mrs. Dewi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Indri Mulyasari, and I will be moderating for the next session of the plenary session. In this session, like the Master Ceremony said, we will have three amazing speakers. There, Dr. Thuyen Van Duong, I hope I pronounce it right, from Taipei Medical University. And the second is Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo, MSc, Director of Strategy Development of the National Agency for Disaster Countermeasure. And Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Nurul Huda, University Malaysia Sabah. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how this session will be going on. First, the speaker will be invited to present the material for 30 minutes for each speaker. After that, there will be question and answer session and followed by conclusion. Our speaker today, the first speaker is Dr. Thuyen Van Duong, PhD. It's currently an assistant professor at the School of Nutrition and Health Sciences, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. He also served as a vice president of Asian Health Literacy Association, London, UK. In 2018, he was invited as a guest faculty of Tufts University School of Medicine, Boston, USA. His research interests are focused on health literacy, a healthy diet literacy, development and validation of research instruments, active aging, healthy eating index, dietary pattern, macro and micronutrients body composition, cardiovascular disease risk, metabolic syndrome, hemodialysis, peritoneal hemodialysis, mortality, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, hypertension, chronic kidney disease. Unfortunately, he cannot join us himself, but he had sent us the recording of his presentation. So for the community, please, you can play his recording presentation. His presentation is about improving health behaviors during and after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Dear distinguished scholars and students, good morning and good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for organizing committee to invite me to attend this and presenting at this conference on health sciences, the strategies for optimizing community well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm Sung Van Thuyen. I'm now the Assistant Professor of Taipei Medical University and also the Vice President of Asian Health Literacy Association. And today I would like to share with you a topic related to improving health behavior during and after the COVID-19 pandemics. This is one project that I would like to share with you, and we conducted this in 2020 and 2021 with 10 components, and one of those is a lifestyle that we discussed today, and the role of health and related behavior in managing the COVID-19 pandemics. And if you'd like to read more about our publication, please scan the QR code here, and you can access to the published articles. There's about 15 articles published over here. And today I would like to emphasize about the role of the health-related behavior in managing COVID-19 pandemics. It could be indirect, right, to improve people's health, then further control the pandemics. So I would like to share about 5 of our publications. The first one is about the impact of health-related behavior on the depression, anxiety, and health-related quality of life among healthcare workers. The second one is about healthy eating behavior on fear, and also the changes in mental health and quality of life among the healthcare workers. We emphasize healthcare workers first because they play a very important role in controlling and also managing the pandemic. And the next 3 paper is about outpatient, and we emphasize the health-related behavior, modifying the association between the underlying health condition and also the mental health, and also modify the negative effect of the COVID-19 lockdown on depression. And also we investigate the single and combinative impact of healthy eating behavior and also physical activities on COVID-19 like symptoms among the outpatient. The first paper we published in the BMJ Open with the title of Impact and Interactions of the COVID-19 Response Involvement, Health-Related Behavior, Health Literacy on Anxiety, Depression, and also quality of life amongst the healthcare workers. So this study was conducted in April 2020, based on online and so self-administered questionnaires in 19 hospitals and health centers in Vietnam, and we collected about more than 7,000 healthcare workers. For detail about the research method, I refer you to read the full publication. This is just summarize the finding that we have. The first one, you see that healthcare worker who involved in response to the COVID-19 has 4 times higher likelihood of the anxiety and depressions, and also related to lower score of the health-related quality of life. However, if they have healthy eating behavior and also physical activities, these risks of having, I could say they say not the risk, but actually they show the positive impact on the anxiety and depressions, and also higher score of quality of life. For those exposed to smoking and alcohol, they had higher risk of higher odds of anxiety and depressions. Right, and we also checked their interaction for those involved in response to COVID-19 pandemic and have healthy eating behavior. They likely to have lower odds of anxiety and depression, higher score of health quality of life. But those, over here we also found unexpected result that smoking and drinking also interact with COVID-19 response involvement, and this kind of the adaptive behavior, which is not good for long term. Right? And physical activity good, showed positive interaction with the COVID-19 response and associated with lower odds of anxiety and depression, and also high score of health-related quality of life. So to conclude about this paper finding, healthcare workers involved in the healthcare interaction in other departments or health facility involved with the COVID-19 pandemics had higher risk higher likelihood of anxiety, depression, and lower health-related quality of life. And healthy eating, physical activities are associated with lower likelihood of anxiety, depression, and also higher score of quality of life. Smoking and drinking were associated with poor mental health and health-related quality of life. For physical activities appear to protect mental health and health-related quality of life in response involve healthcare workers, but drinking were harmful to health-related quality of life. Unexpectedly, smoking and drinking also were negatively associated with response involve healthcare worker mental health. For the long-term effect of the lifestyle need to be investigated in future study. So very quick, we published these papers to provide the evidence for government and organization strategizing to protect healthcare workers' mental health and quality of life during and after the pandemic. Right. So the next paper is we also analyze in the health-related behavior and also in healthcare workers. So this one is we emphasize in fear and change of mental health and quality of life. So we analyze the online using the online survey and the online samples in 15 hospital and health center in April 2020, and we analyze only for more than 2,000 frontline healthcare workers. So very brief, these are the key findings of our study. So if the people with high score of the healthy eating behavior, then they have lower score of fear and also more stable and better mental health and also health-related quality of life. So that is about healthcare workers, that we need to improve their physical activity and also healthy eating behavior in order to improve their mental health and quality of life, which further, they can have to protect people in public. Right, now move to the patient, our patients. So this is another findings related to the modification impact of health-related quality of life, health-related behavior on the association between underlying health conditions and also mental health. So this is a cross-section study conducted on more than 8,000 outpatients in 18 hospital and health centers across Vietnam from February to May. Then we collected different variables, different factors, and analyzed. So this is the outcome that we found that people with the underlying health condition, they have higher likelihood of having depression and anxiety. And also same with those who have suspected COVID-19 symptoms, they have also 2 to 4 even higher likelihood of having depression and also anxiety. Fortunately, physical activity and healthy eating behavior show the protective effect impact on people's mental health. Right, and we also check the interactions between the variables, and this is interaction between underlying health condition and also suspected COVID-19 symptom. They make the mental health getting worse. However, we adjust for people with a healthy behavior such as exercising and also healthy eating, then the protective impact significantly protect people mental health. All right, and we also check another behavior, right? It's about a preventive behavior. So this preventive behavior also have to protect people, especially with the underlying health conditions. All right. So this conclusion just repeat what I just mentioned in the results. I'll skip this and move to the next paper. So the next paper is about healthy eating behavior potentially modifies the negative impacts of COVID-19 lockdown on the depressions. And this we also using the same samples analyze these associations. We found that the people during the lockdown and with lowest right healthy eating score, then they have like higher likelihood of depression. But if they have better healthy eating behavior, then they have lower likelihood of depression. So it means healthy eating behavior positively interact to protect people from depression during the lockdown. Right? So this is just to summarize what we found. So usually lockdown is a necessary measures. Right? Everyone agree that lockdown is important measure to contain the pandemics. So it's also, on the other hand, show the negative impact on the eating behavior and also mental health. Fortunately, healthy eating can protect people's psychological health during the pandemics, especially during the lockdown period. So strategic public health approaches are required to develop the nutritional support program or some others, healthy or lifestyle intervention program in order to improve the healthy eating behavior and also lifestyle. We can improve people's mental health and also respond to the pandemic. Right? And we also analyze to see whether healthy eating and also physical activities have any combinative impact on suspected COVID-19 symptoms among our patients. We all know that healthy eating is good, physical activity good to protect people from getting infectious, or at least to prevent the severe conditions. But in this paper, we further examine the combinative impact. We're using the samples in the first part of the survey. We have assessed the physical activity score using the IPAQ questionnaires. So we have sampled about almost 4,000 patients and analyzed all the variables related in this title. So the results showing that if people consume more vegetables, fruit, fish during the COVID-19, then during COVID-19 pandemics, then they have lower likelihood of having symptoms like COVID-19. And overall score of the healthy eating behavior also shows the protective effect, right? The protective impact, and also physical activity for the actively doing exercise or physical activities, then they have also lower likelihood of having symptoms like COVID-19. And we examine the interaction between physical activity and healthy eating score, and we found that these two factors also combine jointly to reduce or to lower the odds of symptoms like COVID-19 symptom. Right? So we also conclude that this is very important to using both physical activities and also healthy eating behavior to protect people from having this suspected COVID-19 symptom. And of course, healthy behavior should be promoted to improve people's health and well-being and further contribute to control the pandemic. All right, so that is some of our finding from the research projects. And now, if you ask how to maintain the healthy lifestyle and to improve our health, and also in order to control the pandemics now and later on. So I just present here is the finding or the publish of the American Heart Association relate to 7 simple life, very easy, right? To manage, to improve our lifestyle and to control even to prevent the chronic conditions, and of course for managing the COVID-19 pandemic. So the first one is about the managed blood pressures, control the cholesterol, reduce the blood sugars, eating better, losing weight, getting active, and stop smoking. Right, so this is every simple action that we should do every day, and we for not every day for blood pressures or cholesterol, but you need to go to hospital to check them and follow the suggestion from the doctors. Right, and another new concept is about the lifestyle medicines. So this is proposed by the American College of Lifestyle Medicines, which they just published last year. So this including 6 part of the lifestyle medicine. The first one is about increase the physical activity, and also healthfully eating, right? Whole and plant-based food. Develop strategies for managing stress, form and maintain the relationship, improve your sleep, and also stop smoking. Right? Some similar with the previous one, but they elaborate more about the psychological health part, right? And also sleep. Right, so now this is another models to improve our physical activities. So this is a proposed 4 domains, including the households, recreation, transportation, occupation, and school. So these 4 areas that we need to improve to create the better environment for people to have better physical activities, right? And also of course society, and also some other higher level of the environmental characteristics that we have to focus on, and also the policy is also very important to provide a better environment. So when you may ask like, oh yeah, this is good, but a single one cannot do it, right? Ministry of Health alone cannot do that, and we need to work with many other sectors to provide these comprehensive models. And the question is, how do the stakeholders come together and amplify health behavior or healthy lifestyle effort? This is the headache question, but they also figure out some of a proposal that over here there's a healthy living for the pandemic event protection. They have a group to set up, and they're using these models as a reference for different system and country to refer to. Right, so let's go with the first one. It's about professional organizations. So this organization have to advocate and champion the healthy lifestyle through leaders, disseminate scientific knowledge, and also practice guideline, and also the professional meeting to do so. For the government organization, should create, support, and implement the legislations and program that support healthy lifestyle initiative to the population level. For the NGOs, should advocate, create, support, and implement healthy lifestyle initiative. And for insurance industry, should provide a mechanism for coverage of healthy lifestyle initiative. And for media outlets, this should disseminate the credible healthy lifestyle information to the lay public. And for the education system, should provide an appropriate healthy lifestyle curriculum at all levels of education and create a healthy lifestyle environment within the educational setting. And for employers to create a healthy lifestyle environment within the workplace and offer healthy lifestyle program to employee. And for health fitness industries, right, which is growing in many countries. So this should provide infrastructures and professional capables of offering healthy lifestyle programming to the public. For healthcare organization, you see, healthcare organization is one of the players in this comprehensive model. So healthcare organizations should integrate healthy lifestyle intervention into the medical models as a standard of care, right, and work with the insurance, right, and to change the mechanisms how to cover those initiated and many other sectors, right. Now the next one is about mobile health and technology companies should bridge technology intervention or advances that support healthy lifestyle initiative to the market. And finally, food industries, making healthy food choices available and provide health conscious nutrition labeling. Right? So you may question like, okay, after we provide all of this very good, very convenient environment, whether people can improve their lifestyle or not. Question that is easy, but the answer is very difficult because we need to change the consumer behavior, which is people, right? Which is public, the general public. How they can change their behavior and use those services we provide, right? And that is the comprehensive models. So all of this we need to put into actions. And university, hospital, health system, and many other sectors, we have to work together. All right. So with that, I would like to thank you again for organizing committee and all of you, scholars and students, to listen to my presentations. And I'm the associate editor and so guest editor of the two special issues on the International Journal of Environmental Health and Public Health related to a healthy lifestyle for preventing the NCDs. And also another one is about health, dietary intake and health eating behavior and health outcome. This is on the frontier of nutrition. So those are on the Q1 journal. So please submit your research finding to these two special issues if you have related work, and keep in touch. Right. So if you have any questions, please email me or send the question to the organizing committee, then I will get back to you as soon as possible. Right. So have a great day and great success for the conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tian Van Dong, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. For the participant, because he cannot join us today, you may send your question, if there's any question, to his email directly, or you may contact the committee to send your question to him. Okay, we move on to our next speaker. Before I'm welcoming him, I will read his curriculum vitae first. Our next speaker is Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo. He was born in Bantul, Yogyakarta, 10 August 1967. He is the Director of Development Strategy of the National Agency for Disaster Countermeasure since 2020. He has received his bachelor degree in Hydro-Civil Engineering at Gadjah Mada University and taken his master degree at ITC University Netherlands in Geospatial Information and his doctoral degree in Geomatika at ITS Surabaya. Today he will present about vaccination giving strategy to achieve community herd immunity. Now allow me to welcome Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo MSc to deliver his presentation. Dr. Insinyur Insignifibo MSc, time is yours.
Ya, terima kasih. Tes suara apa kedengaran? Tes suara dulu.
Ya, terdengar dengan baik, Bapak.
1, 2, 3. Ya. Bisa diterima suaranya?
Iya, Bapak, mungkin sedikit terputus, Bapak. Tapi bisa terdengar dengan jelas.
Oke. Oke, terima kasih.
Ya, sudah jelas, Bapak. Persilahkan. Oke, Bapak Agus. Time is yours.
Ya, oke. Oke. Oke, tes. Oke. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the time. Firstly, I would like to apologize because of the head of PNPP, Papa Suharyanto, cannot attend this meeting. So I would like to present the vaccine administration or strategy toward the herd immunity in Indonesia. So the vaccination is the task of the Minister of Health. So I would like to present mostly the task of the task force of the COVID task force in PNPP. So the outline of my presentation include the three chapter. First, situation update on COVID in Indonesia. Second, the tight layering of COVID control strategy in Indonesia. And lastly is about the COVID-19 vaccination implementation in Indonesia. So this is the situation COVID in Indonesia. You can see that now the Omicron is the case in Indonesia is increasing. You can see the confirmation, the total confirmation from the first time is 4 million, and the recovery, or we can the sembuh recovery is also 4 million. You can see here the active also increase because of the Omicron, but the increase is not so high as previous at July 2021. But we aware, everybody should aware that the Omicron now spreading also in Indonesia. So this is the case. You can see a spreading whole of Indonesia, and the case you can see here increase, but not so high now. But we hope the government working hard to pressure that the case in Indonesia not so high as the second wave in July 2021. So we in Indonesia also implementing, we call it the enforcement of restriction on public activity areas or stand of PPKM in Indonesia. We do it for Java and Bali and also outside of Java and Bali. So you see here that mostly we apply in the level of 2 and 1. Some area like this is at Serang, Banten, some area at Cilegon, Banten is level 3, but mostly Indonesia is level 2 and level 3. Also at the offset of Java Valley, also we can see also here the mostly at the state of level 1 and 2. That means that the spreading of the COVID is not so high, and that in Indonesia no. But we should aware and we should alert that the coming of Omicron will also make a problem also in Indonesia. So to overcome of the COVID Indonesia, the government has implement the layering. We call it the layering tight or layering of COVID strategy or layering of control. First layer, layering screening for international traveler. So we apply of some restriction for the international traveler who come to Indonesia. Like we have the requirement like the PCR test before departure, also PCR test upon arrival, also temperature check, also HEALTH international check also at the airport. Also, we now apply for 5 times 24 hours quarantine. This is for traveler who already have the second vaccine. For the first vaccine, if they have only the first vaccine, the quarantine will be 7 days. So we do 5 to 20 hours for the complete vaccine 1 and 2. They will have the quarantine for 5 days, or 5 times multiplied 20 hours. And after the end of the quarantine, we will apply also the second PCR test. If negative, then they can proceed travel to Indonesia. So this is the first layering to control the COVID enter to the Indonesian territory. So we hope that the people who travel come to Indonesia is already clean, then they don't have the COVID. This is the first layering. The second layering that we have also applied some domestic traveling restriction. So the people who traveling to within the Indonesia, let's say from Jakarta to Bali, Jakarta Surabaya, or to Jakarta to other city, they should place some travel requirement, let's say the RT-PCR, the antigen test, and also some other method of test. So they should have the result of negative test of the RT-PCR or the antigen test. And some also we apply also some requirement of the vaccination, first shot or second shot. So in the only first shot, they should have the PCR. In the second shot, if they have the 1 shot and second shot, they can use the antigen swab test or something like that. So this is the sum of the layering, a second layer of in Indonesia. We do also apply the level layer. We call it the district or cities. We call it the PPKM, the previous map, the layer level 1, level 2, and level 3. That we have also some control. If there is some layer level 3, so we should apply we call it the working from home, working from office, like 50% working at home and 50% working of office. There is some application of some restriction based on the internal affairs minister instruction. So this is the minister usually controlled by internal affairs of minister. So we have some other requirements. So the movement of the people and the activity of the people within the city or within the district should be controlled based on the internal affairs minister instruction number 9 to 2021. So this is the newest one. So we do also, we call it the PPK micro. Usually this is on the level of the fillet or level of the sub fillet. So they have also some rule, some control, how to control the COVID case in that the little or at the lowest level of the area. The other strategy, layering the strategy, we do apply also some other measure. We call it the 3M. This is the wearing a mask, washing hand, and also social distance. So social distance, or we call it also the social distance. And we have also the 3T test, tracing, and also treatment. And the other one is we call it the vaccination. This is the second strategy, laying strategy to control the movement of the people. Then we have also another strategy, we call it the 3M plus 3T plus vaccination. So the high 3M and the high of 3T and the highest coverage of the vaccination will control all the spreading of the COVID in the area of the Indonesia. So the mechanism of the coordination within the layering, so every layer we develop or we build some, we call it the task force. So we have the task force, we call it the national task force. This is in BNPB, we call it the Satgas or task force. And we have also some provincial task force, provincial task force, district or cities task force, sub-district task force, and also sub-district of village task force. And this is the coordination, how we coordination between the every layer. So the national mostly for the policy, the provincial also the policy, and district the implementation. The implementation part of the COVID policy is in the district and sub-district also on the level of, we call it the level of family. So the coordination across the ministry, institution, army, police, etc. And also we are coordination across media, organization, private sector, and also we have we call it the weekly meeting, coordination meeting, in the national level led by the President of Republic Indonesia. So what is the function of the task force? First, the task force have the function of prevention. Second, handling the case, supporting the case, the people who infected the COVID, and also enforcement. Let's say enforcement for wearing mask, distance, social distancing, and also washing hand and exercise, something like that. The next one, the implementation of the restriction community, we call it the PPKM. So we have we call it the three type of the level. We have the emergency level, we have the tightened area, and we have also the micro level. So at the emergency level, this is level 4, we call it level 4. So that non-essential is from the non-essential sector, they have 100% of working from home. Let's say some at office that not essential, they should working at home. This is especially when there is a level 4, or we call it the emergency level. Essential 50% working home and 50% working from office. From the critical and the critical 100% working from office. Let's say for logistical support, for head sector, so they can work 100% at office. But they should have also applied the protocol kesehatan, head protocol, tight head protocol. And the store and the public facility maximum capacity is 50% until 5 p.m. So this is the description how we control movement if the case is very high, and then the government state that the level of that area is and the state of emergency or PPKM level 4. So this is the tightened area. So this is how we control them, like 25% working from office, 75% working from home. The capacity of the shop, the supermarket, and other store is only 25% until 5 p.m. So this is how we control the area and the movement of the activity of the people within the area. So this is the level of the lowest level and the micro and the village or sub-village. So we have the control, how we control movement of the people. So the spreading of the case on the case of the COVID can be minimized or can be controlled by the government. So in the control scenario, so we have the leveling like zone like green, yellow, orange, and red. So if there is some in the level, the micro level, if there is no house infected, so call it that is the green area. If yellow, if there is some 1 or 2 houses that have the case, so we call it the yellow area. If we have the orange, the 3 to 5 houses, and red is the more than 5 houses and the district on the area, so we call it the red zone. So we will apply some control like the safe isolation with the strict monitoring, like no gathering more than 3 people. Like we do some tracing also after there is some piece on that the people who infected, and also some social activities restriction, and also closing worship places like public places except the essential one. Areas restriction maximum only can be open at 8 p.m. or something like that. So this is how we do some controlling. So this is usually when the second wave of Indonesia is we apply or we control using this policy or with the control scenario. So and the control the same. This is the same. We can see like same information last before. We just continue. Next slide. So we do some strategy to prevent the spread of COVID within the community. So the lowest of the control, we call it in the family cluster. So one is the we have some advocation, we have some information using television, radio, social media, etc. to improve the personal 3M discipline, wearing mask, washing hand, and also social distancing. So the 3M discipline is the main key in dealing with the COVID-19. So this is the advocation to that family, and also self-isolation handling, isolasi mandiri, that the people who have the requirement, every house, if the house is capable or can use for isolation, self-isolation. If there are no room, so they can go to the center, or we call the isoter or isolation built by the government. And also we determine of the SOP in the in and out of the house, how they are entering the house and out of the house for working or etc. So this is the how we controlling. So we are controlling from the family level up to the government level. So also we target COVID-19 control strategy. This is to handling or to minimize the burden of the hospital for handling the COVID case. That's why we do some leveling of the how we handling the person on the case. So without symptom, so independent isolation. So people can do some isolation at their home, or we can do some at the other centralized isolation place. If the mild symptom, so independent isolation, or we can go to centralized local government. So the government build some isolation center of isolation, like in the puskesmas or hospital or at like a hotel or other facility. Moderate symptom, this is will go to the hospital. Then the severe system, this must go to the hospital. So that is why we handling the case on the based on the level of the symptom. So the burden of the hospital can be minimized. So people, not everybody goes to the hospital, so they can go to self-isolation, or they can go to the centralized isolation that built by the government. So how the vaccination, as mentioned before, that vaccination is one of the strategy we use to control the COVID in Indonesia. So the goal of the vaccination is the goal of the strategy is to change the pandemic become the endemic in Indonesia. So the COVID vaccination objective is to forming the herd immunity, and also reducing the morbidity and the mortality due to the COVID-19, and also protect and strengthen the overall health system. And the last one is to maintain the productivity and minimize social and economic impact within the community. So the linking the vaccination, immunization, and herd immunity. So I think we can see here that if there is some people already vaccination, that means the case of the COVID will be minimized, or we can control it, or we call it the herd immunity. So the legal aspect of the implementation of the COVID, the government of Indonesia already released the Perpres, it's a president decree of 1919 about the vaccination, and we have also some other of the decree or rule on the based on delegation from the Minister of Health and also of the President. So this regulation become the legal basis and reference procedure for implementation the COVID-19 vaccination in Indonesia. So we have some regulation. So how the vaccination carried out by we have the three agent on the three actor who do some vaccination in Indonesia for spreading, because of the population of Indonesia is very too many. So that's why we do some three strategy. We use a three actor. So one is the Minister of Health. So Minister of Health do some financial through whole of the Indonesia through the facility like the Puskesmas, or they can also working with the other like the political party, the university, and other organization. So the other actor is army. So the army, TNI, they do also some, we call it the vaccination, serbuan vaccine. So they do vaccination whole of the Indonesia also. And the last one is using the police, the facility. So using this three actor, Minister of Health, Army, and Police, so we vaccination the population of Indonesia, more than 200 million of the target. So using these three actor, so we can achieve our goal of vaccination 70% of population of Indonesia. So the number of vaccination, the total population is 269 million. The population more than 8 years old is 188. This is the target. So using these three actors, we can archive the target of the target of this target. So we use some other vaccination like the Sinovac, Novavax, Covax, AstraZeneca, etc. So this is a lot many vaccine that we use in Indonesia. So this is the vaccine that we use like Sinovac, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Novavax, and how we use them. This is the purpose on the target also. And the number of vaccination. So this is the target. The petugas, this is we call it the health officer, 1.3 million. This is the public officer and also all elderly people. And this is masyarakat rentan, and also this is the other population. So this is the target of vaccination in Indonesia. So the injection states that at February, we can see that this is the target. So now our target is this is the total of the in the 2022 in January and February. This is the logistical allocation in whole of the Indonesia, and the COVID-19 the cold chain. This is how we manage. This is all the information is coming from the Minister of Health. This is the requirement, so facility from the Puskesmas, from the clinic, from the other health facility, and also some with the port. So this is how we handling on the information. So all the information will be handling by the one data. So one data, and they will link to that, we call it the Peduli Lindungi application. So everybody have the vaccination and also testing, so all the information can see at the Peduli Lindungi information or application. So this is vaccination, you can see in the Peduli Lindungi, so everybody can check whether the status of the vaccination, and they can access via website, or they can access via the application and the smartphone. So they can see, so everybody can track the status of vaccination and track also the status of the test on the whether PCR or antigen. So all the information will can see from the smartphone. This is the distribution of the vaccination from the national to the Jakarta, goes to the province, and then also the district, and then to Puskesmas at the low level, Puskesmas or hospital. And then booster, we start also booster vaccination of the third vaccination. Mostly we are now starting based on the order of the president to overcome the spreading of the Omicron. The person is how we use some other type like combination, and also some using this is we apply in Indonesia. I think this one that we can share with you Thank you very much. If you have some question, we can ask later. Thank you very much.
And about 66 pages of curriculum vitae. Okay, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Nurul Huda was born in West Sumatra, October 30, 1968. He is Associate Professor, Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition, University Malaysia Sabah. High in H-index Scopus 24, 165 publications, and 2020 citations. H-index Web of Science 9 publication with 1027 citations. H-index 38 and HI index 98 in Google Scholar, 220 publication with 4,412 citations. In ResearchGate, he has RG score 35.05 with 250 publications, rate 204.104 with 3,195 citations. His research interests in general food science and technology, food processing and preservation, nutritional evaluation of food product, nutrition and health, food and lifestyle, functional food, sensory evaluation of food product, management of halal food. Today, he will present a topic about functional foods from animal origins. Without any further ado, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Nurul Huda, time is yours. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Thank you for introducing me to this important. So let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Huda. I'm from University Malaysia Sabah. So I hope you can hear my sound clearly. First, I want to thanks to the organizing committee to invite me to present something maybe a little bit related with the current theme of the seminar. Maybe not directly related, but maybe you can learn something how to improve our immune system by consuming the functional food. So, but this presentation I focus on the animal functional food of animal origin because normally we know look like the functional food related with the plant-based product. But actually animal based product also contain some functional food that beneficial for our health. And then with good health, with good immune system, then maybe we can fight with this COVID-19 pandemic. So let me share my slide. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slide clearly.
Okay, thank you. This is the title of my presentation today. Is a functional food from the animal origin. As I mentioned, maybe still related with the theme of this.
I'm sorry, Dr. Nurul Huda, you can show your slide, please.
Okay, can you see?
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, this is related with a strategy to optimize community well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic because with the good health, with the good immune system that come from the food, then maybe we can improve the well-being of the community during the COVID-19 pandemic. So first I want to thank to the organizing committee, especially for to the rector of the Universitas Negeri NGUDI WALUYO and also to the organizing committee to invite me to share some of my experience on the functional food from animal origin, because as mentioned previously, look like functional food related with the plant-based product, but actually some of the animal-based products also contain some substance, some component that also refer as a functional food. So it's my place. My university is located in the northern part of the Borneo, top of the Borneo in Sabah. So we have three different campus. One is the Labuan Island. In the main campus is in the Kota Kinabalu, and the agriculture campus is located in the Sandakan. So this is one of the public university in Malaysia. So then this campus is lucky because it's set up by good design, very natural design, a very beautiful campus, and I invite the possible speaker maybe after the pandemic to pay a visit to this kind of beautiful university. So I'm come from Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition, and beside Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition, this university also provide some program in the business, computing, engineering, social science, medic, psychology, and also international finance as normal as a public university offer different field of the knowledge. So let me start with our presentation by refer to the talk from the father of medicine, Hippocrates. Let food by the medicine and medicine by the food, and then we can obtain good health by consume proper food. Meaning, if we consume food in a proper way, it can contribute our food health. So meaning the food not only provide the food, but also provide something on the basic nutrient, what we call is a functional. So the concept of the functional food originated from Japan, when the Japan government commenced providing finance assistance to the program focus on the capacity of the food to influence the physiological function. So not only provide the basic nutrient, protein, carbohydrate, energy, fat, and some, but also contribute to the physiological function beyond the basic nutrient. So for the first time, they call it this kind of this food component as a pursuit of food or special health uses. But actually, no fixed definition related with the functional food. Some say functional is something that provide health benefit beyond the basic nutrient. Some also provide a different definition of the functional food, such as National Academy of Science Food and Nutrition Board mentioned the definition of the functional food as any modified food or food ingredient that may provide health benefit beyond the traditional nutrient in content. So International Life Science Institute defined as functional food as a food that by virtue of the presence of the physiologically effective compound provide a health benefit beyond the basic nutrition. So if you check again the definition of the functional food from the Encyclopedia of Food Science and Nutrition, or maybe from the International Functional Food Conference, they highlight that functional food related with something that can provide beyond the basic nutrition. So meaning the functional food not only to provide the sufficient energy or protein to maintain the cell, but offer something that beyond the nutrition. This is related with maybe with the immunity. Then we will talk about the definition of the functional food, especially during this pandemic situation. So, well, put along with the modified and rejected food, the benefit is the definition of the functional food have been considered part of the diet of regular base at effective level. So functional can be a component range from can be ranked from the macronutrient, essential macronutrient, needed in the higher level, or non-nutrient component like phytochemical, which are derived from plant mechanism, animal and mechanism, or other inorganic material. Then, because they do to the benefit effect of functional food, the functional have been identified as one of the leading contributor in which research and development for concentrated. So, according to the statistics, the global demand for functional food has continued up throughout the years with a project global market increase from 241 billion market in 2091 to more than 373 billion in 2025, especially during this pandemic situation. The needed for the function is increased significantly in order to provide the full health for the people. So we can say we can identify some characteristics of the functional food. So we can say the functional food is found in the conventional food. Must be found in conventional food forms with sensory characteristics, but it contain some sensory characteristics. It must come from conventional food form. So the functional food also contain physiological function as mentioned. Must be contain physiological function components that are not they are not consumed in medical or therapeutic level. It's not part of the medical. It's not part of the therapeutic component, but it's part of the food component. So the functional food offer scientific benefit when consumed as a part of the regular diet. Must be consumed as a part of the regular diet, but not in the field of isolated form. It's not a medical. It's not a drug. It's something must be part of the diet. Must be come from the conventional food form. And then scientific component set for long term. Many people can consume for a long term. Then internet for population and contain functional component whether nutrient or phytochemicals that are nutrient present or added to the food and may be used to prevent and get certain disease, especially during this pandemic situation. So the classification of the functional can be confirmed as mentioned, can be conventional food or modified, unmodified food that naturally contain we have the components that offer health benefits. The example must become from the vegetable, wheat, fish, dairy, meat, and also from the meat or from the animal-based products. Also can be modified food that items that have been enhanced and with or modified with functional food component. The example is we use with calcium. If we add the calcium to the food, it belong to the functional food. If we add with folate to enrich it, it comes as a functional food. Or beverage with plant extract or either salt. This also comes as a synthetic ingredient that functional components that are synthesized in cell protein. So the sample is a type of factor. So normally, as mentioned previously, normally if we're talking about some but functional food look like is referred to the plant origin because most of the functional food belong to the bioactive carbohydrate. Then plant is rich with carbohydrate. So functional food also refer to the bioactive type, bioactive lipid and vitamin also. So why the animal origin also consists some substance that also refer to the functional food. So we can refer the animal origin can be from the marine organism, from seafood, from the honey, and also from the milk. Functional food also can be harvested from the microorganism, but we're not talking about the functional food from the microorganism. We will focus the functional food from the animal origin, especially from the seafood, from the honey, and also from the milk product. So from the seafood causes a great benefit to the human health. Seafood considered a supreme source of protein if we compare with other animal product or if we compare with the plant-based product. So the highest content of PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty, and low cholesterol of the complementary terrestrial. So the main contribution of the seafood as a functional food is related with the polyunsaturated fatty acid. So the polyunsaturated fatty acid normally we call as omega 3, mainly belong to the DHA or deoxyribonucleic acid or eicosapentaenoate. So we said DHA and EPA, which belong to polyunsaturated fatty acid, it also contain significant amount of the calcium, phosphorus, iodine, selenium, taurine, folate, vitamin A, and vitamin B12, which contribute to the human health. Then, as I mentioned, that PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid, normally refer to the omega 3 and also omega 6. But normally for in the seafood, the omega 3 is available in human. So by contrast, normally for the omega 6 is also available in the most diet over there from the plant product or also for the terrestrial animal. But omega 3 mainly only available in the seafood. And then to maintain the optimal health, people need to consume omega 3 and omega 3 fatty acid in equal amount. But unfortunately, most of the people get far too much by consuming more omega 3 than more omega 6 than omega 3. So the imbalance between the omega 3 and omega 6 fatty acid contribute to some diseases, contribute to the obesity, depression, dyslexia, defect activity, and even a tendency toward development. So omega 3 deoxyribonucleic acid DHA is often essential to pre- and postnatal brain development, where the omega 3 eicosapentaenoate acid or EPA seem more influent on behavior and outcome of the people. So if we see from this picture how previously in all day people consume more omega 3 than omega 6, but in this current situation, more people consume omega 6 compared to omega 3. And then due to the imbalance between the omega 6 and omega 3, so can come with some disease, some related with the imbalance between the omega 3 and omega 6 diet. So we can see this one from this graph. We can see how the cardiovascular disease is increased due to the imbalance between the consumption of the omega 3 and omega 6. Previously, the consumption between the omega 3 and omega 6 in the proper ratio, but starting from the last century, the consumption of omega 3 is increased. Omega 3 is increased, and people consume more omega 6. At the same time, people also consume more saturated fatty acid. And then this kind of diet consumption lead to the increase of the trend among the people. So there are some evidence that PUFA, which normally refer to the DHA and EPA, contribute to the brain development, eye health, cognitive function, boosting healthy and also to the immune response. So for the immune response is combination between the EPA and DHA. And then, as mentioned previously, the immune response is very important for us during this pandemic COVID-19 situation. So as I mentioned previously, that omega 3 is rich in marine products, but some of the marine products such as anchovy, sardine, salmon, Indian market is rich with omega 3 fatty acid. But normally for the freshwater fish is very poor with the omega 3 fatty acid. So in general, we can say that marine fish consists high amount of the omega 3 compared to freshwater fish. So meaning if we want to when we want to get more omega 3 in our diet, we need to consume more marine fish. Some of the omega 3 fatty acid is available in freshwater fish, but the concentration is too low compared with the marine fish. So you can see this one, the herring consists very huge amount of the omega 3 fatty acid compared to ikan cup of cup only consists 190 milligram. Comparison herring 2040 milligram, tuna 1380, salmon 750, and nugget is about 600. Comparison the very low concentration of omega-3 in the freshwater carp species. So due to the health benefit of the omega-3, so some of the farmers also feed with the fish oil. So they feed the chicken with the fish oil, and they expect some of the omega-3 is available in the meat of the beef or the chicken. They also feed the chicken, laying chicken with the omega-3 and hope some of the amount of the omega-3 is available in the egg. This is a way how people put some ingredients, some testing, how to get more omega-3 in the diet. But I think in country of Indonesia, where we're surrounding with a very few of the marine species, we maybe not necessary to take this kind of omega-3 from this egg with omega-3 fatty acid, or from the beef with omega-3, or from the chicken with omega-3. We can consume directly marine fish which contain high amount of the omega-3 fatty acid. So seafood not only provide polyunsaturated fatty acid which compared to the omega-3 fatty acid, but seafood also consists excellent source of selenium. So selenium from the seafood has higher bioavailability. Moreover, the selenium content of seafood can be increased by supplementing the diet of fish with selenium. So this kind of selenium is responsible for the synthesis of what we call selenium protein. And selenium protein is act as a cofactor in the metabolism of tiger hormone. So selenium deficiency associated with cardiovascular events such as microinfarction or higher rate of the CVD-related death. So likewise, selenium deficiency also linked with the higher risk of kidney stroke and cancer. So besides the selenium, marine fish also consists high amount of the taurine. So taurine has been shown to have several positive effects on the cardiovascular system, membrane stabilization, central nervous system, and also contribute to the mental health and energy spot. So seafood consumption is quite increased percent of serotonin when compared with beef and chicken consumption. Meaning, if we consume some amount of the seafood, it will contribute significantly in the taurine content compared with the beef and the chicken consumption. So people on diet high in seafood diet got to be high in seafood taurine. So meaning the taurine from the seafood come with more high viability compared to taurine from beef and chicken consumption. So besides the from the seafood as from the marine fish, the seafood as a source of the functional food. So we can also get the functional from the honey. So from the natural honey normally compose around 80% of the carbohydrate, 80% of fructose, 50% of glucose, and around 30% of the sugar. So the natural honey also consists 70% of water, very low protein, only 0.5 protein, but also consists some of the organic acid, mineral, amino acid, vitamin, phenol, and many of the other components. So besides for honey, we can also get the royal jelly from the bee, which consists the water around 50 to 60%, protein 50%, carbohydrate 50%, some amount of lipid, but even the amount is quite low, 33 to 6%, mineral salt, and also some vitamin. So from the bee, we can also collect the propolis. So the propolis is the third most important component from the bee product. We normally consist the resin, 50% wax, and so some essential oil, and also some protein. So the product from the honey normally we can divide as mentioned completely from the honey, from the propolis, from the bee pollen, from the royal jelly, and so from the bee phenol. This honey stand among the function food was naturally produced as a business in this country. So honey comes with high osmotic pressure. when thought to be the main reason of the antimicrobial properties of the honey. Honey also consists the chloric acid on the tryptophan metabolism. They are important in American honey. We also found the antimicrobial properties. So meaning the honey, from the honey we can get the antimicrobial properties. So honey also consists the high amount of the fructose and the oligosaccharide like isomaltose that reduce hyperglycemia and prolong gastric emptying, thus slowing down intestinal absorption in human. So the effect related on the honey is only 55 compared to 65 from the tablespoon and 100 from the glucose. So the synergistic effect of the phenolic vitamin such as flavonoid, phenolic acid, and non-phenolic compound like ascorbic acid, organic acid, amino acid, the action of the enzyme like catalysis and explosive fight strong antioxidant of the honey. So meaning the second benefit of the honey is as antioxidant. Two is as antimicrobial, and the second one as the antioxidant component. So honey was found to be improve the lipid profile and lower the T protein. So the T-reactive helped with the risk factor of cardiovascular disease as mentioned, such as obesity, hypertension, smoking, chronic kidney disease, and correlated the elected level of the C-reactive protein. So bee pollen, enzyme, essential oil, propolis, and secondary petroleum flavonoid of Contentment were also found to contribute to the honey own healing properties. So at least from the honey we can get three beneficial from the consumption of the bee product. One as the antimicrobial properties, second as antioxidant activity, and the third one as our own healing properties that we can collect from the honey product. So the complete mechanism of honey anti-cancer actually is not very fully elucidated, but there are some evidence that the honey also comes with the anti-cancer activity. So the phenolic constituent of honey have been recommended to be the main factor of anti-cancer activity. So other factor compounds from honey such as flavonoid, quercetin, asparagine, lutein, and camphorol, collagen, nergin, and enzyme also contribute to the positive effect to the human health. And of all 300 honey is available in the world today, depending on the botanical and geographical. So there will be variation in the apparent test and function of the honey. So then the quality of the honey will be depend to the geographic area, depend to the area where we collect the honey. So but we can define actually the honey based on kind of the honey, based on whether they come from the flower nectar, where we call it the blossom of the honey, or they give the extraction of the plant sucking mechanism, we call it the honey. There is some data related with the quality characteristic of the honey from the Sabah. So as mentioned, the quality of honey is different, depend to the geographical area of the honey. So but normally for the pH of the honey will be belong to the 3 to 4, and then the moisture content of the honey is not be around 20%, with the peak value around 25 to 80%. So the color of the honey is also depend to the what kind of the plant product that they consume. The color of the honey can be like amber, can be white like amber, can be white or black amber. So depend to the area of the honey. Different area of the honey come with a different color. As you can see from this picture, is the color of the honey different. And then because the different color, it's come with different quality characteristic. But in general, we can see this one that the moisture content of the honey is normally about 20 to 25%. So the quality of the honey, the component of the phenolic, flavonoid, and then the active component also different, depend to the geographical area. As I mentioned, this one for honey from the Cameron Island, Bundansang, Keningau, Kota Kundat. In terms of the phenolic extract, flavonoid extract, the phenolic extract also different. So meaning it's very important to us to know the composition of the honey is contribute to the area where this honey is come from, because the material that they consume will contribute to the chemical property of the honey. So it also depends to the type of honey. So the cultured honey, between the cultured honey and wild honey, also come with a different property. As I mentioned here, the cultured honey normally slightly consists a lower amount of the phenol extract compared to wild honey. So, but wild honey normally consists little bit high flavor extract compared to cultured honey. So the cultured honey also consists a little bit lower total phenolic content, also lower the water soluble antioxidant compared to wild honey. So the location, so also whether the location belongs to the highland or lowland, also include the quality of the honey, and that will also influence the beneficial effect from the consumption of the honey in our health. So these are some more detail. I think this is more detail related with the antimicrobial properties of the honey. So in general, we can say different honey from different geographical area will offer a different benefit to our health. But in general, we can see the honey can contribute to benefit one as antimicrobial property, as antioxidant, and also as mood healing effect. So milk, the third product from the animal origin that contribute as a functional food is from the milk. So then for the milk, normally we refer to the whole milk because they are 85% of the milk refer to the whole milk. So besides from the corn milk, we can also get milk from the buffalo, but the percentage is quite low, or 10% from the goat, only 3% from the sweet, and also from the camel. So the milk is rich with the peptide that can help in lowering blood pressure in hypertensive patients. So whale milk in milk contain essential amino acid, low leucine, that provide energy from boosting muscle milk and strengthening the exercise and fever. So milk consists high amount of the calcium. So normally for the calcium that we get from the milk consumption, that strengthens the bone and teeth. So milk also consists lactoferrin. It is an iron-based fighting glycogen which play an important role in the defense system against pathogenic organisms. Then milk also consists of antioxidant properties because it rich in the sulfur-containing amino acid, carotenoid, cysteine, phosphate, zinc, vitamin A, enzyme, and superoxidant acid. So milk also good source of the vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is an essential vitamin that is necessary for human health because it's good to cell inhibition. This efficiency may lead to the anemia and neuropathy. So gel milk products such as yogurt and cheese have oligosaccharide and peptide. They also have antioxidant properties that can neutralize and act as a free radical certificate. So yogurt as a part of the milk product contain probiotic. They can act as immunomodulator and prevent inflammatory conditions such as inflammatory bowel disease. So butter is a good source of the conjugated nucleic acid, CNA, which reduce the inflammation and cancer. Also prevent from night blindness because they contain vitamin A. So as a conclusion from the functional food from the animal origin, we can see that functional the animal origin also play as a role as a good source of the functional as well as a plant origin. And biotic from the animal origin, we can get some of the biotic protein, biotic lipid, vitamin, and mineral. And then seafood is rich with the polyunsaturated fatty acid, omega 3, which consists of DHA and A. Then from the honey, we can get the fructose, phenolic phytochemical, and bipolar enzyme. And then from the milk, we can get the significant amount of the calcium, lactoferrin, and vitamin B12. I think it's all my presentation related with the functional food from the animal origin. Just to add some information, because normally if we're talking about the functional food, look like all of the functional food is related with the very product. But I believe we can also get some functional food from the animal or meat, such as seafood, meat, and also from the heart. I think thank you. This is all my presentation today.
Thank you, Dr. Nurul Huda, for the nice presentation. Yes, we always talk about plant origin as functional food, but now we know that honey, milk, and seafood is also can be used as functional food. Yes, beautiful island you showed us, by the way, earlier in your presentation, University Malaysia Sabah. Thank you, Dr. Nurul Huda. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. You may use the raise hand feature provided by Zoom to let me know if you have any question or sending message in chat. For Dr. Tuyen, if you have any question, you can email him directly or contact the committee to send your question. I will see in the chat room some question. I saw some question in the chat room. Okay, first question is question from Mr. Muhammad Rizky. A question for Dr. Agus. Dr. Agus, how is the strategy implementation from Hajj and Umrah pilgrimage? Will it be allowed this year with the decrease of participants or how? Okay, Dr. Agus, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question of Mr. Muhammad Rizky. Okay, so the Umrah and also the Hajj pilgrim is handling by the Minister of Religion, Mr. Kementerian Agama yang the handling by them. So from the Satgas or the task force, the COVID task force, the rule is still the same, that the people who will go to Umrah or to go to for Hajj is they have to do some pre-departure, like they have to do some testing, COVID testing, like PCR, also or antigen, swab antigen, and also based on the rule on the from the Minister of Religion that the Arab they have the requirement that the people who can travel for Umrah and pilgrim is around 18 to 50 years. So this is a requirement from the Arab country. So then the requirement is that there is no comorbid for the people who will join on the follow the Umrah or pilgrim or Hajj. Then they have to do some tests of PCR or antigen test. This is the same as the task force requirement. And this is the departure from Indonesia. So when they arrive at the Arab, so the rule is applied based on the Arab regulation. After finish the Umrah or Hajj, they will come to Indonesia. So government also same application as the rule of the task force. First, they have to do some quarantine. So the quarantine, so the pre-departure, they have to do some test of swab test also, PCR test also before departure from Arab to Indonesia. After their arrival to Indonesia, they will do also the entry test, the PCR test, and they have to do some quarantine for 5 times 24 hours. So the government prepare the Wisma Haji at Pondok Gede as the quarantine area. So the rule is still same as the task force rule or task force regulation for preventing the COVID entering to Indonesia. For applying the departure test before departure is testing. after arrival, the editor of testing of COVID testing, then also we apply the quarantine rule for 5 days, time 24 hours. And the day of 4th, after quarantine, they will do some PCR test again. If the application is negative, then they can travel back to their home country or home land or something like that. This is the application or rule of how the Umrah or pilgrim from Indonesia to Arab Saudi. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Agus. So it still depend on Arab government rules. We still waiting for their announcement, maybe. About this year Hajj.
So the Umrah has open, but the Hajj is still waiting.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the information. I hope it answers your question, Mr. Muhammad Rizky. The next question still for Dr. Agus. The first question, it comes from Bu Farida. Are there any government programs to prevent third wave of COVID-19? So that the victims can be less than the second wave? And the second question from Bu Farida, are the vaccination given to Indonesian people now effective to prevent them from getting Omicron variant?
Okay. So I will answer the first question because the second question mostly related to the Minister of Health and I don't have the data. So the task force, the COVID task force for Indonesia, the national task force has applied some rule like I mentioned before that we do some layering or tiered strategy for the coming from the abroad to Indonesia. We do some testing, quarantine, etc. And then we do also some PPKM level restriction. So we are applying the level 1, level 2, level 3. And also we do some leveling our restriction of regulation from the traveling around the Indonesia, like before the traveling you should have the negative type of PCR, swab antigen, and also you have some regulation for the vaccination, first shot or second shot. So the first shot you should PCR test, the second shot you can do using the swab antigen test. This is the method, this is the strategy how we handling the third wave. So the third wave will be there. So the government predict that the third will be come to Indonesia, but our work is how to minimize the effect on the case of the case of in Indonesia. This is the strategy. The last strategy, the other strategy we call it the 3M and 3T, wearing the mask, social keeping distance, and also washing hand. And then we do some also testing, treatment, and also tracing. This is also the strategy. And the last one we call it the vaccination. So the vaccination we use the 3 actors like the Minister of Health, the army, and also the police. This is the push to make a faster vaccination rate of vaccination in Indonesia, and also we do the policy of the government. We apply we call it the booster. So President of Jokowi also already make a statement that the booster is available free for Indonesian people. So this is the strategy how we overcome or how to make a minimize the effect of the third wave. But the third wave will be there. This is our job is how to minimize using the 3M, 3T, and also vaccination. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agus. Bu Farida, I hope it answers your question. Still in the 3M, 3T, and vaccination. So we got the message. Get vaccinated. Yeah, get vaccinated, everyone. Okay. In the chat room, Bapak Galeh Pontang have a question for Dr. Nurul Huda. As you've explained, functional food from animal have many potential benefits for our body. But as we know, animal-based food are risky to be broken by microorganisms. So my question, are there any simple way to process the animal-based food to get more longer in storage, especially to develop functional food from animal origins? Okay, Dr. Nurul Huda, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a good question, but as we know, the animal-based product contains a high moisture content and also high protein content, and then it's a ideal place for the growth of the microorganism. And then if the microorganism is existent, and then of course they are going to be integrate the benefit of the gain of the substance inside the product, especially of the fish. So in order to preserve the quality of the component inside the fish or inside the product, so we need to and also if we need to store for long time, so we need to conduct the minimal processing technology, minimize the processing, minimize the processing technology. So the simple way, is not really simple. The simple way to preserve the beneficial component inside the animal-based product by the apply freezing technology. We need to freeze the product and keep at water temperature at least -15, and then we can keep the quality for a longer time. Because if we conduct any processing with high temperature treatment, it will affect the quality of the fat, as mentioned, the functional food that we get, some functional components that we can get from the animal-based product. The most important thing is the polyunsaturated fatty acid. And then this kind of polyunsaturated fatty acid, ESA or EPA, is easily destroyed by the high temperature. Then, so if we want to preserve the beneficial of the pupa in the animal origin, especially from the seaweed, so we need to keep it by apply the basic technology product. I think it's all my answer. Thank you.
Okay, by freeze the animal product, is that right, Mr. Dr. Nurul Huda?
Yes, yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I hope it answered your question, Bapak Galih Pontang. Is there any question? You may raise hand. You can ask directly in the Zoom platform. Or maybe I will ask first. I have a question for Dr. Nurul Huda actually. In Indonesia, as we know, in some group we facing price issues about animal origin. I would like to hear a success story maybe from you. Do you have any success story to share with us about how we promote animal origins to become functional food?
Thank you for this good question. So in general, we focus on the animal origin and the fish product, because animal origin can be a different product come with different statistics. In general, the fish consumption among Malaysian, because I'm here in Malaysia for more than 17 years, the fish consumption among Malaysian is significantly higher compared to the fish consumption among Indonesian people. So as I know, maybe if I'm not mistaken, the annual fish consumption among the Malaysian is about 60 kilograms per year. And then maybe for Indonesia is a little bit lower compared to this annual consumption of the human fish among the Malaysian. So of course, there are different factors contribute to little bit lower consumption of the fish among the Indonesian people compared to the Malaysian people. Different reason and different culture will influence the food habit among the Indonesian people. But as I know, the motion from the Malaysian government to increase the peace contention among the Malaysian is very significant. They continuously provide, they continuously put a program to increase the consumption of the marine product among the people by promoting more beneficial effect of the fish consumption. Because similar with the Indonesia, Malaysia is also linked with the water with marine fish. I think this one for increase the fish consumption among Indonesia, we need more promotion to increase the awareness among Indonesian people about the beneficial effect of the marine fish. As mentioned, marine fish, the most important thing of the marine fish is the polyunsaturated fatty acid, EPA and ESA, which already proven contribute to the more to the brain development, to the eye system, and also to the response in our body. I think it's all my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nurulda. Yeah, I agree with you. It's about culture, right? Milk is for baby, not for elder age. In Indonesia, some group is think like that. Yeah. Okay. Is there any question from the participant? Maybe. Okay. If there's no question, I still have question for Dr. Agus. Dr. Agus. In Indonesia, some group choose not get vaccinated because they believe they already vaccinated by God, by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Is there any program or any way that government or what is strategy for those group? Thank you, Dr. Agus.
Yeah. So usually this is the problem of the communication. So usually we have some program or we have some division for communication, public communication. So we use all the tool like using the head of the from the religion or tokoh-tokoh masyarakat or something like that, so to overcome the problem. But the government is the vaccination is available for everybody. If the communication is success, so you can go to the vaccination facility and they can have a sort of vaccination or something like that. But the government using many tool, any method to how to ask them to do some vaccination also. So like in Papua. So in Papua we do different approach. So let's say. So we use the word, we call it immunization, not vaccination. So actually the immunization and vaccination is a little bit the same. And mostly people understand the immunization is good. So that's why we use the immunization word, not vaccination in Papua. So people understand and then they want to have the fashion sort of something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Agus. So it's about the communication. Okay, thank you. Is there any question, participants? Okay, if there's not any question from the participants, I would like to say my gratitude. Thank you to Mr. Dr. Agus Wibowo and Dr. Nurulda and Dr. Tuyan, for the informative and interesting presentation this day. Because the time is up, I will conclude this plenary session. From Dr. Nutuyan, health behavior good practice will protect us from COVID-19. Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo, the government has included so many multi-sectoral factors to gain the vaccination target. And Dr. Nurulda, not just plant food, we can use seafood, honey, and milk as animal origin for the functional food. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the session. Before I close the session, I would like to say thank you once again for all the speakers and for all the participants. Thank you. I will give the time back to the Master of Ceremony. Have a great day, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mrs. Indri, as the moderator. And for all plenary speakers, Faculty of Health, Universitas Ngudi Waluyo presents you with a token of appreciation in the form of certificate. The first is for Assistant Professor Dr. Tuyen Van Duong, PhD, from Taipei Medical University. Next is for Dr. Insinyur Agus Wibowo, MSc, as the representative of the National Agency for Disaster Countermeasure. And the last certificate for Associate Professor TS Dr. Nurul Huda from University Malaysia, Sabah. Once again, thank you very much for your contribution to this conference.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the plenary session. Hopefully, what we have discussed in the plenary session will be fruitful and useful for the development of health. We will be back after a short break, and we will meet again at 1 p.m. for the parallel session. While having your break, please enjoy our university profile video, and we will see you soon in the parallel session. Thank you.
Asa di tanah rantau, dari ufuk timur, sang rajut mimpi untuk masa depan gemilang. Saaruhi katulistiwa hingga kini berlabuh di tanah yang penuh harapan. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, saya sandarkan cita-cita kembali ke kampung halaman, bersama-sama membangun Indonesia tercinta.
Bu Risa,
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo atau UNW diresmikan pada tanggal 29 Agustus 2016 sebagai penggabungan dari Akademi Keperawatan, Akademi Kebidanan, dan Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Ngudi Waluyo. Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merupakan perguruan tinggi yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo yang berkedudukan di Ungaran.
Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo hadir di tengah-tengah masyarakat dengan mengusung nilai-nilai dasar, yaitu keintegritasan, kevisioneran, kepedulian, dan kebersamaan. Maka segenap sivitas akademika diharapkan mampu menguasai kompetensi-kompetensi perwujudan dari nilai-nilai tersebut.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo berupaya menjawab segala tantangan melalui pelaksanaan program-program akademik yang relevan dengan kebutuhan zaman, perubahan yang bergulir secara dinamis, menuntut UNW untuk senantiasa bertransformasi dari waktu ke waktu.
Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas Ngudi Waluyo adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, kami segenap Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan sepenuh hati, memberikan layanan prima pada seluruh Sivitas Akademika. Pun juga kami bangun manajemen pengelolaan yang handal. Kami bangun jejaring kerjasama dengan berbagai industri dunia usaha, dunia kerja, dan juga stakeholder mitra, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Saat ini, UNB memiliki 3 fakultas dengan 20 program studi sebagai penggabungan dari 3 institusi dan penambahan program studi baru. Tidak hanya program studi yang berorientasi pada bidang-bidang kesehatan, UNW juga mengembangkan program studi non-kesehatan sebagai upaya menjawab kebutuhan peradaban.
Kami menyadari bahwa tantangan zaman di era globalisasi atau disebut juga dengan era 4.0 terus hadir seolah tanpa mengenal waktu. Artinya apa? Satu hari bisa 24 jam, satu minggu juga 7 hari. Maka kami di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merancang kurikulum agar mahasiswa kami di masa depan menjadi agen-agen perubahan yang membawa kebermanfaatan bagi segenap masyarakat. Penyelenggaraan perkuliahan yang didukung oleh perangkat teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk mempermudah Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo dalam melaksanakan seluruh kegiatan akademik.
Kami telah berupaya maksimal dalam penyediaan sarana maupun prasarana yang menampung segala kebutuhan penyelenggaraan program di UNB. Pengadaan fasilitas-fasilitas yang representatif menjadi agenda strategis demi mewujudkan layanan prima. Selain itu, kami selalu mendorong sumber daya manusia UNB untuk senantiasa kreatif dan inovatif sebagai wujud dharma bakti di institusi tercinta ini.
Bagi kami, membina generasi muda adalah tugas yang harus diemban dengan sebaik-baiknya. Kami membina generasi muda berprestasi bidang akademik dan juga prestasi non-akademik. Kami juga mendampingi mereka untuk membentuk mahasiswa yang berkarakter, yang berakhlak mulia. Itu adalah misi yang harus kami tunaikan.
Segenap potensi yang terdapat di UNB ditujukan mampu menghadirkan pengalaman akademik yang konstruktif bagi perkembangan minat dan potensi Sivitas Akademika, khususnya bagi mahasiswa. Putra-putri terbaik dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara siap untuk bertumbuh dan berkembang menuju masa depan bangsa yang lebih cerah.
Selama belajar di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, saya tidak pernah merasa khawatir saat menghadapi kendala atau kesulitan dalam proses akademik. Dosen dan staf Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memberikan pelayanan yang ramah dan responsif. Selain itu, di sini dilengkapi dengan fasilitas-fasilitas yang sangat membantu saya dalam memahami dan mendalami bidang yang saya tekuni.
Kuliah di UNB mengantarkan saya menuju pemahaman terhadap pengetahuan sesuai dengan bidang yang saya tekuni saat ini. Dan saya yakin itu akan sangat bermanfaat untuk menggapai cita-cita saya sebagai akuntan publik terbaik dan profesional.
Menempuh pendidikan tinggi bukan berarti membuat saya tidak produktif dalam hal lain. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo ada program kuliah Oke Kerja Yes. Saya sangat terbantu dengan adanya program tersebut. Di satu sisi saya bisa bekerja untuk membiayai kuliah saya, di sisi lain berharap melalui kuliah ini taraf kehidupan saya menjadi lebih baik di masa depan.
keberadaan UNB dalam kancah pendidikan tinggi di Jawa Tengah dan Indonesia diharapkan mampu memberi manfaat terhadap masyarakat luas. Untuk itu, menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak adalah langkah strategis demi mewujudkan visi dan misi lembaga.
Kuliah sambil kerja, kami mengira akan mengganggu roda kinerja perusahaan. Ternyata ini model terobosan yang saling menguntungkan, baik terhadap perusahaan maupun karyawan kami yang di waktu bersamaan menempuh proses pendidikan tinggi. Kami berharap di masa depan lulusan UNB menjadi penggerak-penggerak sektor ekonomi yang meningkatkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat bangsa Indonesia.
Rumah Sakit Tondo Suwarno mengutamakan kualitas baik fasilitas maupun sumber daya manusia. Lulusan perguruan tinggi di bidang kesehatan selalu menjadi andalan kami dalam menghadirkan layanan kesehatan yang prima. Para alumnus Universitas Ngudi Waluyo menjadi bagian penting di garda depan kami dalam mewujudkan masyarakat yang sehat.
Waktu terus berlalu, tantangan kian bergulir, seolah tak mengenal lelah. Membangun generasi bangsa adalah misi mulia sepanjang masa. Bersama Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, membangun peradaban unggul yang berbudaya sehat dan bereputasi internasional.
Asa di tanah rantau, dari ufuk timur, sang rajut mimpi untuk masa depan gemilang. Sa'alwi Katulistiwa hingga kini berlabuh di tanah yang penuh harapan. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, saya sandarkan cita-cita kembali ke kampung halaman, bersama-sama membangun Indonesia tercinta.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo atau UNB diresmikan pada tanggal 29 Agustus 2016 sebagai penggabungan dari Akademi Keperawatan, Akademi Kebidanan, dan Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Ngudi Waluyo. Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merupakan perguruan tinggi yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo yang berkedudukan di Ungaran.
Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo hadir di tengah-tengah masyarakat dengan mengusung nilai-nilai dasar, yaitu keintegritasan, kevisioneran, kepedulian, dan kebersamaan. Maka segenap sivitas akademika diharapkan mampu menguasai kompetensi-kompetensi perwujudan dari nilai-nilai tersebut.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo berupaya menjawab segala tantangan melalui pelaksanaan program-program akademik yang relevan dengan kebutuhan zaman, perubahan yang bergulir secara dinamis, menuntut UNW untuk senantiasa bertransformasi dari waktu ke waktu.
Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas Ngudi Waluyo adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, kami segenap Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan sepenuh hati, memberikan layanan prima pada seluruh Sivitas Akademika. Dan juga kami bangun manajemen pengelolaan yang handal. Kami bangun jejaring kerjasama dengan berbagai industri dunia usaha, dunia kerja, dan juga stakeholder mitra, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Saat ini, UNB memiliki 3 fakultas dengan 20 program studi sebagai penggabungan dari 3 institusi dan penambahan program studi baru. Tidak hanya program studi yang berorientasi pada bidang-bidang kesehatan, UNB juga mengembangkan program studi non-kesehatan sebagai upaya menjawab kebutuhan peradaban.
Kami menyadari bahwa tantangan zaman di era globalisasi atau disebut juga dengan era 4.0 terus hadir seolah tanpa mengenal waktu. Artinya apa? Satu hari bisa 24 jam, satu minggu juga 7 hari. Maka kami di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merancang kurikulum agar mahasiswa kami di masa depan menjadi agen-agen perubahan yang membawa kebermanfaatan bagi segenap masyarakat. Penyelenggaraan perkuliahan yang didukung oleh perangkat teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk mempermudah Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo dalam melaksanakan seluruh kegiatan akademik.
Kami telah berupaya maksimal dalam penyediaan sarana maupun prasarana yang menampung segala kebutuhan penyelenggaraan program di UNB. Pengadaan fasilitas-fasilitas yang representatif menjadi agenda strategis demi mewujudkan layanan prima. Selain itu, kami selalu mendorong sumber daya manusia UNB untuk senantiasa kreatif dan inovatif sebagai wujud dharma bakti di institusi tercinta ini.
Bagi kami, membina generasi muda adalah tugas yang harus diemban dengan sebaik-baiknya. Kami membina generasi muda berprestasi bidang akademik dan juga prestasi non-akademik. Kami juga mendampingi mereka untuk membentuk mahasiswa yang berkarakter, yang berakhlak mulia. Itu adalah misi yang harus kami tunaikan.
Segenap potensi yang terdapat di UNW ditujukan mampu menghadirkan pengalaman akademik yang konstruktif bagi perkembangan minat dan potensi Sivitas Akademika, khususnya bagi mahasiswa. Putra-putri terbaik dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara siap untuk bertumbuh dan berkembang menuju masa depan bangsa yang lebih cerah.
Selama belajar di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, saya tidak pernah merasa khawatir saat menghadapi kendala atau kesulitan dalam proses akademik. Dosen dan staf Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memberikan pelayanan yang ramah dan responsif. Selain itu, di sini dilengkapi dengan fasilitas-fasilitas yang sangat membantu saya dalam memahami dan mendalami bidang yang saya tekuni.
Kuliah di UNB mengantarkan saya menuju pemahaman terhadap pengetahuan sesuai dengan bidang yang saya tekuni saat ini. Dan saya yakin itu akan sangat bermanfaat untuk menggapai cita-cita saya sebagai akuntan publik terbaik dan profesional.
Menempuh pendidikan tinggi bukan berarti membuat saya tidak produktif dalam hal lain. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo ada program kuliah OK Kerja Yes. Saya sangat terbantu dengan adanya program tersebut.
Di satu sisi saya bisa bekerja untuk membiayai kuliah saya, di sisi lain berharap melalui kuliah ini taraf kehidupan saya menjadi lebih baik di masa depan.
Keberadaan UNW dalam kancah pendidikan tinggi di Jawa Tengah dan Indonesia diharapkan mampu memberi manfaat terhadap masyarakat luas. Untuk itu, menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak adalah langkah strategis demi mewujudkan visi dan misi lembaga.
Kuliah sambil kerja, kami mengira akan mengganggu roda kinerja perusahaan. Ternyata ini udah terobosan yang saling menguntungkan, baik terhadap perusahaan maupun karyawan kami yang di waktu bersamaan menempuh proses pendidikan tinggi. Kami berharap di masa depan lulusan UNB menjadi penggerak-penggerak sektor ekonomi yang meningkatkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat bangsa Indonesia.
Rumah Sakit Tondo Suwarno mengutamakan kualitas baik fasilitas maupun sumber daya manusia. Lulusan perguruan tinggi di bidang kesehatan selalu menjadi andalan kami dalam menghadirkan layanan kesehatan yang prima. Para alumnus Universitas Ngudi Waluyo menjadi bagian penting di garda depan kami dalam mewujudkan masyarakat yang sehat.
Waktu terus berlalu, tantangan kian bergulir, seolah tak mengenal lelah. Membangun generasi bangsa adalah misi mulia sepanjang masa.
UNB, rumah kita selalu di hati.
Bersama Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, membangun peradaban unggul yang berbudaya sehat dan bereputasi internasional.
Asa di tanah rantau. Dari ufuk timur, sa merajut mimpi untuk masa depan gemilang. Sa arungi katulistiwa hingga kini berlabuh di tanah yang penuh harapan. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, sa sandarkan cita-cita kembali ke kampung halaman, bersama-sama membangun Indonesia tercinta.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo atau UNW diresmikan pada tanggal 29 Agustus 2016 sebagai penggabungan dari Akademi Keperawatan, Akademi Kebidanan, dan Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Ngudi Waluyo. Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merupakan perguruan tinggi yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo yang berkedudukan di Ungaran.
Yayasan Ngudi Waluyo hadir di tengah-tengah masyarakat dengan mengusung nilai-nilai dasar, yaitu keintegritasan, kevisioneran, kepedulian, dan kebersamaan. Maka segenap sivitas akademika diharapkan mampu menguasai kompetensi-kompetensi perwujudan dari nilai-nilai tersebut.
Universitas Ngudi Waluyo berupaya menjawab segala tantangan melalui pelaksanaan program-program akademik yang relevan dengan kebutuhan zaman perubahan yang bergulir secara dinamis menuntut UNW untuk senantiasa bertransformasi dari waktu ke waktu.
Sebagaimana Christophorus Columbus dengan berbekal kompas berhasil menjelajahi Samudra Atlantik sampai ke benua Amerika. Demikian juga Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memiliki visi dan misi sebagai panduan, arah dan acuan dalam penyelenggaraan dan pengembangan kelembagaan. Visi Universitas Ngudi Waluyo adalah menjadi kampus yang unggul, berbudaya sehat, dan bereputasi internasional. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, kami segenap Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan sepenuh hati, memberikan layanan prima pada seluruh Sivitas Akademika. Begitu juga kami bangun manajemen pengelolaan yang handal. Kami bangun jejaring kerjasama dengan berbagai industri dunia usaha, dunia kerja, dan juga stakeholder mitra, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Saat ini, UNW memiliki 3 fakultas dengan 20 program studi sebagai penggabungan dari 3 institusi dan penambahan program studi baru. Tidak hanya program studi yang berorientasi pada bidang-bidang kesehatan, UNW juga mengembangkan program studi non-kesehatan sebagai upaya menjawab kebutuhan peradaban.
Kami menyadari bahwa tantangan zaman di era globalisasi atau disebut juga dengan era 4.0 terus hadir seolah tanpa mengenal waktu. Artinya apa? Satu hari bisa 24 jam, satu minggu juga 7 hari. Maka kami di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo merancang kurikulum agar mahasiswa kami di masa depan menjadi agen-agen perubahan yang membawa kebermanfaatan bagi segenap masyarakat. Penyelenggaraan perkuliahan yang didukung oleh perangkat teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk mempermudah Sivitas Akademika Universitas Ngudi Waluyo dalam melaksanakan seluruh kegiatan akademik.
Kami telah berupaya maksimal dalam penyediaan sarana maupun prasarana yang menampung segala kebutuhan penyelenggaraan program di UNB. Pengadaan fasilitas-fasilitas yang representatif menjadi agenda strategis demi mewujudkan layanan prima. Selain itu, kami selalu mendorong sumber daya manusia UNB untuk senantiasa kreatif dan inovatif sebagai wujud dharma bakti di institusi tercinta ini.
Bagi kami, membina generasi muda adalah tugas yang harus diemban dengan sebaik-baiknya. Kami membina generasi muda berprestasi bidang akademik dan juga prestasi non-akademik. Kami juga mendampingi mereka untuk membentuk mahasiswa yang berkarakter, yang berakhlak mulia. Itu adalah misi yang harus kami tunaikan.
Segenap potensi yang terdapat di UNW ditujukan mampu menghadirkan pengalaman akademik yang konstruktif bagi perkembangan minat dan potensi Sivitas Akademika, khususnya bagi mahasiswa. Putra-putri terbaik dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara siap untuk bertumbuh dan berkembang menuju masa depan bangsa yang lebih cerah.
Selama belajar di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, saya tidak pernah merasa khawatir saat menghadapi kendala atau kesulitan dalam proses akademik. Dosen dan staf Universitas Ngudi Waluyo memberikan pelayanan yang ramah dan responsif. Selain itu, di sini dilengkapi dengan fasilitas-fasilitas yang sangat membantu saya dalam memahami dan mendalami bidang yang saya tekuni.
Kuliah di UNB mengantarkan saya menuju pemahaman terhadap pengetahuan sesuai dengan bidang yang saya tekuni saat ini, dan saya yakin itu akan sangat bermanfaat untuk menggapai cita-cita saya sebagai akuntan publik terbaik dan profesional.
Menempuh pendidikan tinggi bukan berarti membuat saya tidak produktif dalam hal lain. Di Universitas Ngudi Waluyo ada program kuliah Oke Kerja Yes. Saya sangat terbantu dengan adanya program tersebut. Di satu sisi saya bisa bekerja untuk membiayai kuliah saya, di sisi lain berharap melalui kuliah ini taraf kehidupan saya menjadi lebih baik di masa depan.
Keberadaan UNW dalam kancah pendidikan tinggi di Jawa Tengah dan Indonesia diharapkan mampu memberi manfaat terhadap masyarakat luas. Untuk itu, menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak adalah langkah strategis demi mewujudkan visi dan misi lembaga.
Kuliah sambil kerja, kami mengira akan mengganggu roda kinerja perusahaan. Ternyata ini model terobosan yang saling menguntungkan, baik terhadap perusahaan maupun karyawan kami yang di waktu bersamaan menempuh proses pendidikan tinggi. Kami berharap di masa depan lulusan UNB menjadi penggerak-penggerak sektor ekonomi yang meningkatkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat bangsa Indonesia.
Rumah Sakit Suwarno mengutamakan kualitas baik fasilitas maupun sumber daya manusia. Lulusan perguruan tinggi di bidang kesehatan selalu menjadi andalan kami dalam menghadirkan layanan kesehatan yang prima. Para alumnus Universitas Ngudi Waluyo menjadi bagian penting di garda depan kami dalam mewujudkan masyarakat yang sehat.
Waktu terus berlalu, tantangan kian bergulir, seolah tak mengenal lelah. Membangun generasi bangsa adalah misi mulia sepanjang masa.
UNB, rumah kita selalu di hati.
Bersama Universitas Ngudi Waluyo, membangun peradaban unggul yang berbudaya sehat dan bereputasi internasional.